Excellency, whom we are only awaiting to kickstart this occasion. We are sincerely very grateful and to seize this opportunity to welcome all invited, beginning with honorable commissioners across the 36 states of the Federation. We have also the permanent secretaries. We have quite a number of dignitaries. When we are going to start running the protocol, we are going to know them. In fact, we are happy because we are having, I understand, vice chancellors of some of the high institutions in the country that are connected with us, particularly as far as livestock and other agricultural activities are concerned. We also have our partners that are seated here, most of them that have invested their time, their resources, and by the grace of God, they have been making impact towards ensuring that we have growth and development as far as the livestock sector in particular, and also agriculture in general, is also
so we can have decorum in the hall. Thank you.
It has its own purposes. One of such is that Allah and Adama, who is also here with us, and particularly talking about Alhaji Sadiq Umar Dawari. I've also cited him, and quite a number of them, the Chief of Staff to the government of Adamawa State, and also the Head of Service. I've also cited the Honorable Commissioner, not also forgetting that because of as far as time is concerned, if you ask me, ladies and gentlemen, I will tell you the truth that the government of Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu graciously was making Adamawa State proud, particularly beginning with this ministry, the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, beginning with none any other person than the first minister coming from Adamawa State. Indeed, we are very grateful for that. And also note that he decided to also send a permanent secretary that is very eloquent. Yesterday we were here with her. You can see the permanent secretary herself trying to make sure that every other thing, every arrangement here is put in place. You could see the permanent secretary carrying chairs, trying to move things and ensure that everything is in order. And indeed, I learned from that humility. I said, indeed, if the whole permanent secretary can do that, who am I? I had no choice. She did not see me, but I have to carry more than 10 chairs. Because if a permanent secretary can carry one, I can carry 10. So indeed, we are very grateful.
Your Excellencies, very distinguished Honorable Minister, the Transformative Permanent Secretary, esteemed commissioners, development partners, industry expert leaders, and our valued stakeholders. Good morning and welcome to the first National Council on Livestock Development. With the powerful theme, Livestock Rebirth, Accelerating Renewed Hope. Today we gather under the visionary leadership of the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, Alhaji Dr. Ida Mokhtar Maiha, to chart a new course for national prosperity, food security, and of course a resilient livestock economy for the first time. This inauguration of this council is a testament to the Honorable Minister's promise to increase the country's GDP from $32 billion to $74 billion. And this marks the beginning of a bold transformation, one driven by innovation, collaboration, and renewed commitment to future of livestock development in our great nation. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's indeed a great delight and honor to be co-hosting this historic event. And to do this alongside with a very energetic compare and ever dynamic MC. And today we're going to guide you through the day of insight, strategy, and groundbreaking conversation. Before we introduce ourselves, let's take a few minutes to go through our safety guidelines so we can enjoy the full benefits of this event. Firstly, would like to crave your indulgence to kindly put your phones on silence or vibration. Kindly put your phones on silence or vibration so that we don't interrupt the proceedings of this great meeting. We also crave your indulgence to clear the aisles. Let's clear the aisles, please. If you're still standing on the aisles, we crave your indulgence. Kindly clear the aisles. And I crave indulgence of the protocol to help us in achieving this to ensure compliance. Also, in case you want to use a personalized moment, you want to use the convenience, our amazing protocols are here to guide you to the convenience. Please bear in mind that we have 3 major exits to and fro the hall, just in case of emergency. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is a delight once again to serve as the co-compare of this esteemed event. I am still your favorite compare, MC Prissy Vibes, by name Chinenye Priscilla Anemina. It's such a delight to be doing this with you.
Thank you very much, Chinenye. We are indeed very, very grateful. I do not have a name or any code name for the MC because me, I'm a local boy. I'm just here, I'm just doing my thing. Some call me MC Uncle, but I cannot say I am an uncle where I have my elder seated. So I don't know what I am. I'm just an MC. But it's indeed, I am indeed very delighted to share this podium with you. Chinenye, I must confess. Having somebody all the way coming and having all, particularly as far as MC is concerned, having these qualities, I'm indeed very humble and grateful to share this microphone with you. And also let me tell you today, this is the maiden meeting we are having, and indeed we are the maiden masters of ceremony for this occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, if you cannot clap for Livestock, please clap for us. I was thinking when you are discussing about that money, you are not talking about naira, you are talking about dollars. By the grace of God, the Honorable Minister of Federal Minister of Livestock Development, together with his team, particularly the amiable Permanent Secretary, where they are going to turn the livestock into how it is supposed to be, into the best practice where we are seeing it in the world. I'm indeed so very, very grateful and delighted for that. So distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, together we are going to take you into this. Chinenye can make English look just like a kind of a Queen's English. But what she was trying to talk about convenience. May you kana so ka dan taba ruwa. Hannun daman na an kai haka. Akwai wuri da aka aje aka kebe musamman domin haka kuma za a nuna maka akwai jami'an mu a gurin. Wuri ne da tsafta an riga an gyara kuma an sha ma Allahu za ka taba ruwa har ma kawai fatan mu shine Allah ya sa bayan an taba ruwa kar a yi bacci a gurin. Domin an gyara gurin an shimfida shi mai kyau. An gyara shi mai kyau. Saboda haka muna godiya mai girma minista ta wurin kuma a haɗa gwiwan su ma jami'ai a nan a jihar Adamawa ta wurin shi karkashin mai girma Honorable Commissioner na Livestock and Aquaculture Development Adamawa State Honorable Tijani Maksha. Gaskiya jami'an kasu ma sun yi rawan gani, amma kuma da kai da minista ba abin da za mu faɗa sai dai mu cewa ubangijin Allah mun gode. She minister na let me just say it in English. Honorable Minister is from one local government that is called Maiha Local Government of Adamawa State. And I'm also happy to let you know, His Excellency Light Honorable Ahmadu Umaru Fintri has also appointed the Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Livestock and Agriculture, Adamawa State, coming all the way from Maiha. So we have Maiha and we have Maiha. Let's put our hands together for Maiha this morning. So Chideye, we are indeed very grateful, and we also want to thank God for every other thing. Particularly this morning, maybe in the course of this program, I will also want to tell you that the Chief of Staff, Adamawa State Government, was a former president of the Nigerian Veterinary Association. So I think it is also very, very important. You can see people that are surrounding the governor are veterinarians, and we have quite a number of them. Former head of service at Adamawa State that is seated here, and is also a commissioner, federal commissioner, so to say, federal commissioner ICPC. I am talking about Dr. Louis Mandama Eminai. Also, he is a veterinarian, so to say. So we have quite a number of people. We have them here. Only it is me and Chineye. All that we have is our pets in our house. Me, I know I have a cat. I don't know whether she has a dog.
Okay, so while we're waiting to officially declare the event open, as soon as the executive governor of Adamawa State steps in, I crave our indulgence that we kindly all stand, that announcement to be made, and we will start the national anthem, reciting the first stanza, followed by the national prayers, and then we all sit. We don't want to keep her sitting and standing. Thank you so much.
From what we understand, just less than 2 minutes, Her Excellency is going to come in, because from what we heard, she's just around coming. As soon as she's here, just like the MC has announced rightly, we are going to have the national anthem, then we are also going to have the national prayer, then we are also going to have the national pledge. National pledge is going to come at the end of this event. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, from Maiduguri to Yanagua, from Lagos to Bayelsa, from Gombe right across river, you are most sincerely across the 36 states of the Federation, including the FCT Abuja. Indeed, you are welcome to this inaugural meeting, and which is making the history, and for the first time we are going to have such a meeting by the grace of God under the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, Federal Republic of Nigeria. And indeed, it is good that we're having.
So while we're welcoming her, I want us to even be sure that we understand the theme of today's event. Yes. So who would like to share with us the theme?
She's here. Please, may we all stand announcing the arrival of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Ahmadu Umaru Fintri, who is ably and respectfully represented here by Her Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Adamawa State. The national anthem, please.
Nigeria, we hailed our own, the native land, no tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. I crave indulgence to kindly say the national prayers. Thank you, media. Just the first stanza. Thank you. The third stanza prayer. Thank you, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for obliging us and paying respect to this great nation. Media, please take note. According to National Orientation Agency, just the first stanza of the national anthem is expected to be sung, and the third stanza said as a prayer. That is the NOA guideline. Thank you so much.
Well, thank you very much, Chinege. May we please now, can we have our attention, please, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen? Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Dr. Ahmadu Umaru Fintri, CON, represented in this occasion by Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Adamawa State, Professor Kaletapa George Farauta.
Please put our hands together for this great leader.
The Chairman, Senate Committee on Livestock, Distinguished Senator Musa Mustafa, FCNA. Please let's put our hands together for him. The Chairman, House of Representative Committee on Livestock Development, Honorable Tasir Olawole Raji. Please let's welcome you with a round of applause. The first minister in the history to be sent to the established Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, who is also a member of the Federal Executive Council, Alhaji Dr. Idi Mukhtar Maiha, FNIM. Please let's welcome you with a round of applause. The Permanent Secretary, Federal Minister of Livestock Development, Dr. Chinyere Ijeoma Akujobi. Our revered guest speaker and also the special advisor to the President on Livestock Reforms, Professor Atahiru Muhammadu Jega. Let's welcome you with a round of applause. May I have the honor and privilege to also acknowledge the Senior Special Assistant to the President on Livestock Development, Honorable Idris Ajimobi. Let's welcome you with a round of applause, please. The Chief of Staff to the Adamawa State Government and the former President, Nigerian Veterinary Association, Dr. Edgar Amos Sunday. Let's welcome you with a round of applause. The Federal Commissioner representing Northeast in the ICPC and former Head of Service at Adamawa State, Dr. Lois Mandama Eminai. Let's welcome you with a round of applause. The Head of Service at Adamawa State, Pharmacist Isa Ardu Eminai. Let's welcome you with a round of applause. I have the honor and the privilege to also acknowledge His Royal Highness the Lamido Adamawa Alhaji Dr. Muhammadu Barkindo Aliyu Mustafa, PhD CFR, represented here by Dr. Ahmad Mustafa, the District Head of Gire and the District Head of Gire. Please let us welcome you with a round of applause. The Honorable Commissioner, Minister of Livestock and Agriculture Development, Adamawa State, Alhaji Tijani Maksha. Let's welcome you with a round of applause, please. All other respected honorable commissioners and heads of livestock establishments across 36 states of the Federation, and including our own honorable commissioners, in Adamawa State that are here. Please, let's welcome them with a round of applause. The Permanent Secretary, Minister of Livestock and Agriculture Development, Adamawa State, Dr. Muhammad Amin Suleiman, and other permanent secretaries from the Ministry of Livestock across Nigeria. Let's welcome them with a round of applause, please.
Thank you so much. In the course of the event, of course, we would recognize all dignitaries that are present, but due to time constraint, we might have to dive quickly into the program of the day. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for her welcome remark and to deepen today's conversation on livestock rebirth, accelerating renewed hope. It's a great honor to welcome and invite on stage for her welcome address our transformative Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, a distinguished leader and a pioneer PAMSEC, whose work continued to shape national agricultural policy and has immensely contributed to advancement of livestock development, especially using technology, specifically the artificial intelligence. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, kindly put your hands together as we celebrate Dr. Chinyere Ijoma Akujobi. That hands can be bigger and better.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay. So I could just mic up this sometime. Online. Okay. Apologies. Thank you. All right. Executive Governor of Adamawa State, His Excellency Honorable Omar Fintiri, CON, ably represented by Her Excellency the Deputy Governor of Adamawa State, Professor Farota, my boss, Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, Alhaji Idi Mukhtar Meha, my Chairman, Senate Committee on Livestock Development, Senator Musa Mustafa, my Chairman, House Committee on Livestock Development, Honorable Olawale Raji, the Special Advisor to the President on Livestock Reforms, Professor Atahiru Jega, ably represented by the Secretary of the Committee, Professor Kuta, Royal Fathers, traditional rulers here present, Honorable Commissioners, Ministry of Livestock and Aquaculture Development, Adamawa State, Alhaji Tijani, other commissioners and heads of livestock establishments across the 36 states of the Federation here present, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Livestock and Aquaculture Development, Adamawa State, Dr. Suleiman, the Chief Veterinary Officer of the Federation, Dr. Samuel Anzaku, Directors of Federal Ministries of Livestock Development and Directors of Veterinary Services across the 36 states of the Federation and the FCT, the National Coordinator, LPRES, Federal State Coordinators here present across the 36 states of the Federation and the FCT, Development Partners here present, distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed my pleasure to welcome you all to this historic maiden meeting of the National Council on Livestock Development, holding in the beautiful land of Adamawa State. This gathering is not just another meeting. It is a defining moment in our journey to transform Nigeria's livestock sector into a globally competitive and sustainable apparatus of growth for the nation. It is worthy to note that our policies are expected to be designed to reposition our livestock sector for inclusive growth, improve productivity and resilience. It is therefore expected that these policies are built upon the foundation of existing policies and programs, refining and realigning them for optimal impact while introducing innovative approaches. Therefore, by formally inaugurating the NCLD today, we are setting a new tone for livestock development in Nigeria, which is anchored on collaboration, innovation, and private sector driven. The Council will serve as the apex policy and coordination body to harness resources, strengthen partnerships, and ensure that our actions translate into tangible results for the good people of Nigeria. This initiative aligns perfectly with the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's administration, an agenda that has prioritized food security, economic diversification, value addition, job creation, and export growth. The livestock sector, with its vast potentials, stands as a key pillar in achieving these national aspirations. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, this meeting offers us a unique opportunity, not just to deliberate, but to define the future. It is a call to action. The Federal Ministry of Livestock Development remains steadfast in providing the enabling environment, policy frameworks, and incentives that will stimulate investments, strengthen value chains development, and unlock wealth-creating opportunities for Nigerians, especially for the women and teeming youth population. As we engage in these discussions, let us remember that every policy we shape, every partnership we forge, and every innovation we nurture must translate into better livelihoods for our livestock farmers, other value chain actors, and Nigerians at large. We therefore look forward to actionable outcomes from this maiden council meeting, outcomes that will reinforce our collective resolve to build a livestock sector that is not only productive, but also equitable, resilient, sustainable, and globally competitive. On behalf of the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, I would like to thank the government and the good people of Adamawa State for accepting to host this historic event. To our distinguished participants, we thank you for your commitment to transformation of the sector. And to the planning committee and partners whose dedication made this meeting a reality, we appreciate you. Thank you. In conclusion, I am optimistic that together we can rekindle hope, we can reimagine possibilities, and redefine the future of livestock development in Nigeria. Thank you for coming. Thank you for your attention. God bless you all. God bless the good people of Adamawa State. God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, Ma, for that wonderful speech. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister, occupants of the high table, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to have goodwill messages. And goodwill messages, we are going to start with respect to invite the chairman, Senate Committee on Livestock, distinguished Senator Musa Mustafa, FCNA. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, Amadou Umaru Fintiri, ably represented by his Deputy, Her Excellency, Mr. Parota.
Would you like to use this? I think this is more audible. Thank you, sir.
The Honorable Minister, Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, Alhaji Idi Muchar Maiha, the Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Livestock, Dr. Chinyere, my brother, the Honorable Chairman, House Committee on Livestock Development, Mr. Raji, the Honorable Commissioner, Ministry of Livestock, Adamawa State, and other Honorable Commissioners here present, representative of development partners and international organizers, the National Coordinator Elfrest, leaders of the livestock industry and other private sector, representative of research and academia, traditional rulers and community leaders, other high members, delegation of Adamawa State, distinguished gentlemen of the praised, ladies and gentlemen. It is with great honor and profound sense of responsibility that I deliver this goodwill message at this historic meeting of the National Council of Livestock Development here in beautiful city of Yola. Let me first commend His Excellency the Governor of Adamawa State for hosting such a strategic national gathering, and I extend special appreciation to the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development for his exemplary leadership, vision, commitment, and transforming the Nigerian livestock sector. The establishment of the Ministry of Livestock Development under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu's renewal hope agenda remain one of the most forward-looking milestones in our democratic journey since 1999. It affirms a national recognition of livestock sector as a crucial driver of food security, public health, job creation, economic diversification, and sustainable development. Today's maiden meeting of the National Council of Livestock Development marks a new chapter, one defined by cooperation, coherence, and shared responsibility. The Council mandate to harmonize policies across federal, state, and local government to strengthen institutional collaboration and coordinate effort across public, private, and development sectors is both timely and visionary. As the chairman of Senate Committee on Livestock Development, I reaffirm the full commitment of the National Assembly to provide legislative support, effective oversight, and policies that will unlock the vast potential of the sector. We stand ready to partner with the ministry and all other critical stakeholders represented here to ensure that livestock development becomes a sustainable engine of the national prosperity. The opportunities before us are immense, from enhanced food system and improved public health, job creation for our youth, reduction of capital flight, and adoption of modern livestock practices that foster peace, stability, and economic growth. With today's gathering, we take a decisive step toward harnessing these opportunities. I commend delegates, experts, and development partners and industry leaders gathered here. Your insights and contribution will shape a livestock economy that is modern, inclusive, competitive, and resilient. On this inspiring note, I wish the Council fruitful deliberation and outcome that will stand the test of time. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, please let's put our hands together for our distinguished senator for the goodwill message. Let me also, with respect, invite the Chairman, House of Representative Committee, Chairman, House of Representative Committee on Livestock Development, Honorable Tassel Olawale Raji, to please come for his goodwill message.
His Excellency, the Governor of Adamawa State, ably represented here by the Deputy Governor, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Livestock Development, the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, and of course the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, kindly permit me to adopt the protocol well established by the previous speakers. It gives me great pleasure to be part of this historic maiden meeting of the National Council on Livestock Development. I commend the federal government, the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, and all stakeholders for convening this strategic platform dedicated to charting a new course for the livestock sector in Nigeria. The theme of this meeting, Livestock Sector Rebirth, Accelerating Renewed Hope, is timely and speaks directly to the urgent need to reposition the livestock industry as a key driver of food security, economic diversification, and national stability. Today's gathering is not only a demonstration of our collective resolve to transform the sector, but also a bold step towards building a sustainable and competitive livestock economy that meets the needs of our growing population. The annual production within Nigeria's livestock sector is estimated at 563 million chickens, 58 million cattle, 124 million goats, 60 million sheep, and 16 million pigs. These figures position Nigeria as the leading livestock producer in West Africa. However, despite this standing, our national production still falls significantly short of meeting domestic consumption needs. This shortfall has led to the continued expenditure of billions of naira in foreign exchange on the importation of livestock products that can and should be produced locally. For example, Nigeria currently imports about 65% of the milk consumed in the country in order to meet an annual demand of approximately 1.7 million metric tons. This level of import dependence underscores the urgent need to strengthen local production systems, modernize the livestock value chain, and invest in sustainable strategies that can close the existing supply gap. In addition, Our annual production of key animal source foods, milk at 0.7 billion liters, meat at 1.48 million tons, and eggs at 0.69 million metric tons fall significantly short of the nation's nutritional requirements. This production deficit is reflected in our per capita consumption levels: 8.7 liters of milk, 9 kg of meat, and just 3.9 kg or 45 eggs per person per year. These figures are alarmingly low when compared with the global average of 44 liters of milk, 19 kg of meat, and between 160 to 180 eggs per person annually. Consequently, on the key objectives of this gathering, one of the key objectives of this gathering is to collectively brainstorm and chart a sustainable path towards unlocking the full potentials of this vital sector of our economy. Mr. President has entrusted us with the mandate to shift our nation from over-dependence on imports to a position of self-sufficiency and national pride. The task before us is clear, yet the big question remains: how do we turn things around? This meeting provides an opportunity for all stakeholders to provide practical answers, develop actionable strategies, and commit to the reforms necessary to transform the livestock sector into a productive, competitive, and resilient engine of national growth. As chairman of the committee of the House Committee on Livestock Development, I wish to reaffirm the commitment of the National Assembly to supporting far-reaching reforms that will unlock the full potential of the livestock value chain. The legislature remains a critical partner in this robust agenda, and we are resolute in exercising our constitutional mandate to provide the legislative framework, oversight, and policy direction required to propel the sector forward. In the House of Representatives, we are currently working on several legislative instruments aimed at addressing key challenges within the sector through the enactment of responsive bills, strengthening of institutional capacities, and facilitation of private sector participation. We are laying the foundation for a robust livestock economy. Furthermore, the committee is collaborating with the executive Hello. Furthermore, the committee is committed collaborating with the executive, development partners, research institutions, and industry stakeholders to drive reforms that will modernize livestock production system, promote animal health and welfare, improve value addition, and ensure market access for livestock farmers across the country. I am confident that the deliberations of this council will produce actionable strategies and coordinated interventions that will accelerate the renewed hope agenda in the livestock sector. Together, we can reposition the livestock production from a subsistence activity to a thriving commercial enterprise capable of creating jobs, reducing conflict, boosting food security, and contributing significantly to Nigeria's GDP. On behalf of the House Committee on Livestock Development, I extend my best wishes for fruitful deliberations and impactful outcomes. May this maiden meeting mark the beginning of a new era of growth, harmony, and innovation in the Nigeria's livestock sector. Thank you, and God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, sir. Indeed, we are very grateful. The Chairman, House of Representative Committee on Livestock. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister, other distinguished occupants of the high table, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, to take us further in a goodwill message, we have one of the personalities that is going to speak on behalf of the Adamawa State Ministry of Livestock and Agricultural Development. It is my honor and privilege to invite one of the experts as far as artificial insemination in Nigeria is concerned, Professor A. Vo. Please, let's welcome him with a round of applause.
Of Adamawa State Ministry of Livestock and Agriculture Development, entitled Adamawa State's Incredible Livestock Credentials. At this auspicious occasion of the maiden edition of the National Council on Livestock Development, themed Livestock Reverse, Accelerating Renewed Hope. Our 34-year-old dear Adamawa State, the land of beauty, the Sunshine State, is endowed with animal genetic resources, agroclimatic donations that favorably dispose into being called the livestock basket of Nigeria. Land area. This is a critical requirement for meaningful livestock development. Adamawa State has a land area of 37,000 kilometers square, 80% of which is rich arable land. And this places Adamawa State as the 8th largest state in Nigeria in terms of land area. Animal genetic resources. Adamawa State is endowed with the rich animal genetic resources. Cattle, of the 10 indigenous breeds of cattle found in Nigeria, Adamawa State can boast of 4 of these indigenous breeds, one of which is peculiar to Adamawa State and no other state, and that is the Adamawa Kudani. Adamawa State has 3 of the 4 breeds of sheep that we have in Nigeria. Equally, Adamawa State has 2 of the 3 breeds of dogs that we have in Nigeria. So in terms of animal genetic resources, Adamawa State ranks 4th in the state, in the country. Agroclimatic zonations, the environment in which animals are produced. In tropical Africa, arid, semi-arid, and subhumid zones are best suited for ruminant production. And Adamawa State falls within the semi-arid and subhumid zones. And this places Adamawa State very well for livestock production. Feed resources. The rich arable land, 80% of which is rich and a good source for producing livestock feed ingredients, places Adamawa State in a good position to produce livestock feed, which is a critical requirement in livestock production, constituting about 70% of the requirements for livestock production. Water. Water is a critical requirement for livestock production. Adamawa State is very rich in both surface and ground water. The state's river system, dominated primarily by River Benue and River Gongola, provides the required water for meaningful livestock production in Adamawa State. Another critical requirement for meaningful livestock production is the human capital. Adamawa State has some of the best technical and professional manpower in the area of livestock production in Nigeria. This is undoubtedly a rich and critical asset for livestock production. Political will is key in meaningful livestock production. The political will for livestock production in Nigeria, as far as Adamawa is concerned, is second to none. It's second to none. And it is no wonder that Adamawa State was the first to get enrolled in the implementation of the National Livestock Transformation Plan. The commitment of Adamawa State government to livestock development is not surprising, because Adamawa State can rightly be referred to as a livestock state. 41% of whose GDP is contributed by livestock. In conclusion, that the Honorable Minister and his team found Adamawa State worthy to host this maiden edition of the National Council on Livestock Development. Is both technically justifiable and professionally sound, because Adamawa State has all it takes to make very meaningful development, to very meaningful contribution to the development of the livestock sector of Nigeria. You are welcome, and I wish us all, on behalf of the Ministry of Livestock and Agriculture Development, very meaningful deliberations. Thank you and God bless. Once again, please, let's put our hands together for Professor A.A. Vo. As far as the issue of artificial insemination is concerned and very other aspects, we are going to, Your Excellency, with your permission, Your Minister, Honorable Minister, sir, we are going to have just 2 minutes as we are going to invite the Danlawan Adamawa, who is also one of the critical partners that we have here, Sadiq Umar Dawari. He is the chairman and chief executive.
Please, for the want of time, sir, we want to crave your indulgence that in every other thing that we're going to do, we have just 2 minutes. He is the chief executive officer of Dabareji Farms. Thank you very much.
Okay. Your Excellency, His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, heavily represented by the Deputy Governor, the Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Livestock Development, the Permanent Secretary of the Ministry, Chief of Staff, Adamawa State Government House, invited guests, ladies and gentlemen. Let me, first of all, on behalf of the partners and stakeholders in the livestock industry, to thank the Honorable Minister for choosing Adamawa State to host the maiden edition of the National Council on Livestock. We thank you. Choosing Adamawa State as a leading state in the livestock is not only important, but it is strategic as well. We thank you most sincerely for that. As stakeholders in the livestock industry, we also thank His Excellency the President for creating the Ministry for Livestock Development. We believe that His Excellency the President has created the ministry with a very good intention to support the sector. And the stakeholders in the industry, we are assuring His Excellency the President to give the Honorable Minister the maximum support, maximum cooperation, so that the sector can strive and drive the economic development of the country. Let me again, on behalf of the stakeholders and partners, welcome all the stakeholders in the livestock industry, particularly the Honorable Commissioners of the various of our 36 states, Honorable Commissioners for Ministries of Livestock Development. We thank you, we welcome you, and we are assuring you here in Adamawa State and indeed across the country that the stakeholders in the livestock industry will give you maximum support, maximum cooperation, so that at least the sector will survive. Now, livestock, we believe, can be able to generate a lot of employment for our teeming youths. We have witnessed social vices moving across the country, and we believe that if the livestock sector, the potentials there has been harnessed, our teeming youths can be employed, they can be gainfully employed, and the economic development of the country can strive. So on behalf of the stakeholders and partners in the industry, we thank you, we welcome you on this good, important occasion, and we hope at the end of the day we'll have a fruitful deliberation so we can be able to drive the sector. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so kindly. Are you just looking like that? That hands can be bigger and better. Thank you so much for all you do to advance livestock development in Nigeria. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm sure that some of us want to feed our eyes we want to have an electrifying experience. And we have the Fulani dance called the Fulani cultural dance to sweep you off your feet. Be ready for an experience of your life. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as we make welcome the Fulani cultural dance troupe. Thank you so much. The louder we clap, the faster they are here. Thank you, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I crave our indulgence to kindly stay away from the stage so we can enjoy the full presentations and also the cultural dance. Thank you. Media, take notes. Thank you. Do you need this? You need mic? Okay.
I didn't see anybody clapping for these people, ladies and gentlemen. Banga ana tafa ma wa'annan mutanen ba. Yawa ikon Allah. Kaba ka gani. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Jama'a da Allah a tafa musu, a tafa musu. A tafa musu, a tafa musu. Yawa, kaga waina kafa, ikon Allah. Jama'a a tafa musu. We are gathered, all of us, mostly we are gathered here because of these people. They are very important for us. Mun gode, mun gode. Gwamna ya gaishe ku, minista ya ce a gaishe ku sosai. Mun san ku kuke rike da shanaye. Allah ya raya shanayenku. Allah ya kara arziki. Mun gode sosai, sun yi murna. Mun gode. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister, the occupants of the high table, without further ado, let's do it very quickly. May I have the honor and the privilege to invite our guest speaker for the day, but we are going to come back later for again where there is going to be a goodwill message from Propcon, but not until I have the honor and privilege to invite our guest speaker for the day. Ladies and gentlemen, please make welcome Professor Atahiru Jega, the special advisor to the President on Livestock Matters, who is represented here by no any other person than Professor Kuta. He is also the Secretary for Secretary Presidential Committee on Livestock. Let's welcome Professor Kuta, who is representing here Professor Atahiru Jega for the speech presented or prepared by Professor Jega, whom we are going to have Professor Kuta. Professor Kuta, please. Let's welcome him with a round of applause, please.
Okay, I don't know how we are going to do because it's two microphones. Oh, we are going to hold one? No problem. Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, ably represented by Comrade Professor Deputy Governor of Adamawa State. I'm sure many of you will be wondering why she's a comrade. Something happened when they were looking for Professor Atahiru Jega, because as a comrade, she's also a member of ASU, and she wanted to see Professor Jega. And that is why I have difficulty representing Professor Jega, because his shoes are just too large. But we thank God for the opportunity to work with him and to represent him here. So, Your Excellency, Professor Jega is not here, but I know the spirit of your camaraderie, that you work together for the betterment of universities, is still alive. And I'm very confident that Professor Jega, when he received this invitation from the Honorable Minister, he wanted to be here. But unavoidably, he had to take up another international assignment for the good of Nigeria, especially our tertiary education. So apologies from Professor Jega for his inability to be physically present. The Honorable Minister sent his felicitations and appreciations for this invitation. The Permanent Secretary, the Federal Minister of Livestock Development, the National Coordinator of El-Press, Honorable Commissioners of Livestock from across the 36 states, Your Royal Highnesses, members of Adamawa State Executive Council, the Chief of Staff, the Head of Service, and other members of the Cabinet that are here, development partners
captains of industries, private sector actors and investors, heads of agricultural and livestock institutions, leaders of farmers associations, pastoralist associations, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. It is with profound sense of gratitude that I have the opportunity to read Professor Jega's keynote, and I'm very happy to do that because of the effort of Mr. President, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, of turning the fortunes of the livestock sector around. Let me also, with due respect, it's not an omission, but an oversight, members of the National Assembly here present, especially the chairman of the Senate Committee on Livestock Development and the chairman of the House Committee on Livestock Development. We appreciate you for your physical presence and for the assurances of the National Assembly support for the needed sector development in the livestock sector. Therefore, I will go ahead to read his speech. He says his profound sense of history and responsibility and national duty that I stand before you to deliver this keynote at the inaugural convening of the National Council on Livestock Development. This gathering is not merely a routine bureaucratic ritual. It represents institutional genesis of what shall become of Nigeria's paramount coordinating authority for livestock governance, policy harmonization, and sector-wide transformation. The theme, livestock sector rebirth, accelerating renewed hope, is both evocative and directive. It recognizes the urgent necessity for a fundamental pragmatic reset, a deliberative rebirth, and positions the Council as the midwife of the nation's livestock renaissance, entrusted with shepherding a transition from fragmentation to coherence, from inertia to innovation. The new imperative of the livestock sector is from diagnosis to delivery. We assemble today not as diagnosticians, rehearsing the familiar litany of structural deficiencies, but as architects and custodians of a recalibrated national future. For decades, Nigerian livestock sector has been encumbered by entrenched triad of systemic challenges: recurrent conflict rooted in land use tensions and competition over natural resources, chronic underproductivity manifested in low genetic potential, excuse me, weak infrastructure, and informalized value chain. Number 3, debilitating import dependency, which undermine national competitiveness and erode foreign exchange stability. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, in establishing the Presidential Livestock Initiative reforms, has chosen to interrupt the historical inertia. This initiative is deliberately crafted as a delivered-oriented instrument, a mechanism for converting high-level potential and political resolve into measurable, time-bound, and people-centered dividends. Our collective mandate is to midwife a national transition from subsistence-oriented husbandry to a resilient, commercially viable livestock economy capable of driving inclusive growth and rural prosperity. In this regard, I call upon the Council to commence its work with the ratification of an LCLD delivery compact, that is National Council for Livestock Development Delivery Compact. This compact should constitute a binding intergovernmental covenant, a mutual pledge by the federal MDAs, states, and critical stakeholders to implement specific, measurable, and jointly verifiable actions. It shall stand as our public sector scorecard, an instrument of transparency, mutual accountability, and unambiguous commitment to reform. Furthermore, I urge the Council to anchor all deliberations and decisions in evidence, particularly the extensive corpus of empirical analysis already undertaken and the catalogue of the biographical work that has been done in previous submissions, especially given the National Livestock Transformation Plan of 2019, the Presidential Livestock Reforms Implementation Inception Report of 2024, and the seminar findings of the National Livestock Conference Committee conversation that took place in the Presidential Villa in 2024. The resources provide intellectual scaffolding upon which our policy coherence, implementation fidelity, and the reform sustainability must be constructed. Beyond the formal reports and policy documents, as foundational work of the Presidential Livestock Committee has been its extensive nationwide stakeholder consultation and engagement with stakeholders. This has led to outreach with Nigerian Governors Forum or Northern Governors Forum in Kaduna. Dedicated engagement with government and traditional institutions of states such as Bauchi, Borno, Niger, Osun, Plateau, Jigawa, Kogi, Sokoto, Kebbi, and Benue State, which were instrumental in building consensus necessary for high-level structural change and commitment that this dialogue will further amplify through the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, and provided strategic guidance for all of these states to create ministries of livestock development. In addition to clarifications to states like Kano, Katsina, and Kwara were pivotal in illuminating the reforms pathways and securing national buy-in in this agenda. Therefore, the reform recommendation to the Council are built on the following pillars. Number one, securing the foundation and stabilization for securitization. We are advancing national livestock de-escalation framework with components that will include coordinated security deployment, legal aid for victims of banditry and other cattle rustling, as it were. We're also recommending for conflict mitigation mechanisms that will encompass economic drivers that will expose those practitioners to opportunities in the sector, especially further cultivation for both farmers and herders, that will engage our youth so that they will be engaged fully in economic activities for the sector. Number two, operational framework that interlock the pillars. We are recommending to this conversation that there should be predictable, secure operating environmental setting that is capable of inspiring long-term human and financial capital investment, unleashing the engine and de-risking private sector investment. It is recommended to this Council not to rely only on public sector drivers, but also the private sector. The Honorable Minister will remember and recall various trips to the Brazilian sector, particularly engagement with JBS. JBS of Brazil As at 2024, their turnover was $79 billion. A meat processor and exporter to the rest of the world, to Americas, China, Australia, and others. So if Brazil can do it, Nigeria has more potentials to do even better. We have the land mass, we have the human capital, and we have the genetic resources. Adamawa alone can boast of some of those genetic resources and the Mambila Plateau that can turn around the fortune of the livestock sector in Nigeria. So, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, this is where I commend the National Assembly for your doggedness to build on the other pillar, legislative support to entrench what is good. That is, we cannot drive these policies without legislative support. Your Excellencies, legislative support are critical ingredients of driving successful policies. Many people do not know the role of a National Assembly, but when you have a legislation, no government can come and change it, except they have to go back to the National Assembly, and that is why you are key, and we shall continue to rely on your roles to do that. Another component is digitalization of the sector. We have to deal with traceability issues. We have to deal with digital compliance as in other claims, and therefore we are talking about science-led productivity to surge the sector. We cannot continue to depend on our own traditional modes of production and practices to reach the zenith that Brazil has reached. Therefore, we are advancing a doctrine of genetic sovereignty through the establishment of national animal gene banks, conceived not as a passive conservation, but as a dynamic bio-innovation infrastructure. These facilities will constitute strategic fulcrum for perpetual genetic upliftment that will enable a systematic development, tropically adapted, climate resilient, high-yielding livestock genotypes tailored for Nigerians' agroecological realities. The critical pathways navigating the political economy to the reform. No technical blueprint, irrespective of his intellectual elegance, can succeed without political, legal, and institutional muscle to propel implementation. To accelerate this, as a committee, we are providing the council with a model state legislation package that will be made available to all the states so that they can begin to take templates that will advance imperatives for laws for land acquisition, for management of export processing, and to reduce bureaucratic burden and fast-track implementation. Before I conclude, let me say here loud and clear that the nation will leverage on the willingness and the commitment of the National Assembly leadership to have national livestock transformation bills, and I'm happy it has been advanced here. As if we made together before we said this, sir. That is the only way to go, and those will be creating a fulcrum for the reform which codifies the legal framework for the betterment and advancing the cause of livestock development in our dear nation. The state level bottlenecks, land remains the core impediment, and we are not soliciting gratuitous land donations. Instead, states are encouraged to treat land as equity in commercialized, viable export processing and development zones, thereby securing a new stream of internally generated revenue, employment, and rural economics. On a final note, the delivery dashboard must have key performance indicators, and all the states must take note. 1, reduction in conflict by at least 40% in the next 1 year with your new mandate. Productivity enhancement, we should graduate our production from 1 liter per cow to at least 5 liters. We are aware that some countries and some are doing already 120 liters and beyond. So we cannot continue that way. So we must embark on investment mobilization at local and international level. And finally, we must reduce import of milk into our country. The $1.5 billion annual import is unacceptable. We have the potentials. Mambila alone, every morning they pour milk away. No storage facilities, no cold chains, nothing. We should develop these facilities and insist on the 5% reduction annually. The National Assembly should take it up. So at the 5% annual reduction import, so that in the next 10 years, we shall be 50% self-sufficient in milk production. And Mr. Chairman, Your Excellencies, the price of inaction is intolerable, as my parting words. The physical, social, and human cost of inaction dwarf the investment required for reforms. We therefore need to set the agenda with concrete mechanisms as proposed today, the delivery compact, the need for livestock development fund for Nigeria is inevitable if we must get it right. What is good for the goose is also good for the what? Gander. What benefit has happened to the crop sector must also happen to what? The livestock sector. We have witnessed Anchor Borrower scheme before. Now we need another scheme for the livestock sector for Mr. President to realize his need for the total transformation of this sector. And therefore, what we inaugurate today is not just a council, but a command center for Nigeria's agricultural renewal and food sovereignty, especially in the livestock sector. This evidence is before us. The tools are in our hands, and the nation is waiting. Let us achieve it. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Thank you so much. Are you just looking like that? The tools are in our hands for the advancement of livestock development in Nigeria. Thank you so much. So we would like to appreciate our partners for trusting us, and would like to also get a goodwill message from one of the partners who will be representing all other partners. And very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, join me by putting your hands together to welcome on stage Dr. Olumide Ojo from Popcorn. Are you just looking like that? Thank you. The louder we clap, the faster he is here. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Minister, distinguished members of the high table, please let me stand on the existing protocol because of time. On behalf of the UK government-funded Program Plus program in Nigeria, we want to congratulate the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development and the entire nation for this historic landmark occasion of the inauguration of the National Council on Livestock. The UK government, together with other development partners in Nigeria, we are so excited that that history is being made again today with this inaugural council meeting. The commitment of the donor working group in Nigeria is to support the initiatives that the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development is advancing through the National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy. So today we stand tall and proud to identify with your visionary leadership, particularly as established by the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR. We hope that the inauguration of the Council on Livestock today will herald for Nigeria a new era of transformation that is driven by the livestock sector. We wish you all the best in the rest of the proceeding. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Ojo. Your Excellency, the Honorable Minister, sir, other distinguished personalities occupying the high table, it is very important to invite one of the respected personalities through whom or in whom we are gathered here. Particularly, let me invite the Magban Miyetti Allah Cattle Rearers Association. Let me invite particularly their leader, Alhaji Othman Baba Ngarzama. Please, let's put our hands together for him. Baba Ngarzama is here just to speak under, maybe you just have a minute, sir, with due respect. Thank you very much, sir.
A'udhu billahi minash shaitanir rajim. Bismillahir rahmanir rahim. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, who is ably represented here by his Deputy Governor, the Senate Committee Chairman on Livestock Development, my brother from Yobe, Alhaji Musa Mustafa, the House of Reps Committee Chairman on Livestock, the Honorable Minister, and of course, my big sister, his Permanent Secretary, members of the National Livestock Development Council, distinguished stakeholders, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. I stand on all the existing protocols with apologies. Before I read my speech, I would like to congratulate the organizers of this program for putting this thing together today, because this is once more renewing our hope in the livestock subsector. On behalf of Miyetti Allah Cattle Breeder Association of Nigeria, Magban, and all the other pastoralist groups in the country, I am honored to convey our warmest goodwill message to this August gathering. We acknowledge and deeply appreciate the remarkable work of the Presidential Committee on Livestock Reforms, ably led by Professor Attahiru Jega. The committee's diligent effort, broad consultations, and courageous recommendations have paved the way for one of the most historic decisions in Nigerian agricultural journey, the establishment of the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development for the first time in Nigeria. For pastoralists across the country, the creation of this ministry is not merely an administrative milestone. It is a long-awaited recognition of their contribution to national development and their legitimate aspirations for improved livelihood, security, modern livestock services. It is a beacon of hope and an affirmation that Nigeria is ready to embrace more structured, peaceful, and economically vibrant livestock sector. Magban and the pastoralist community are delighted in this development and start fully committed to supporting the Ministry and National Livestock Development Council in the implementation of their mandates. We respectfully urge the Ministry to fast-track its programs interventions and institutional frameworks so that the earnings of millions of Nigerian personnel ranging from improved grazing results, veterinary services, market access, security, and climate resilient innovation can be addressed without delay. Our pastoralists are ready for modernization. They are ready for peaceful coexistence. They are ready to contribute even more meaningfully to Nigerian food security, economy, and national cohesion. What they require is an enabling environment, supportive policies, and sustained engagement efforts. We trust the Ministry and the Council to continue to champion this. We affirm our unwavering partnership, our goodwill, and our shared desire to see the Nigerian livestock sector transformed for the prosperity of all. Thank you, and may God bless you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so kindly. Thank you. Are you just looking like that? Can we please put our hands together to celebrate this great leader? Thank you so much. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're indeed drawing close to the end of the event. But before we do that, I'd like to just run us through the programs before we come to the end of it. So we crave the indulgence, our indulgence to kindly bear with us. The next speech will be delivered by the minister. Afterwards, inauguration of the newly constituted committee, of the newly constituted council, rather, I beg your pardon, would come up stage, and then we would now have Your Excellency deliver her speech. We now take a group photograph. Afterwards, we go to the exhibition stand. So, I crave our indulgence, kindly put our hands together as we welcome an astute administrator and a farmer. So this helps us to know that he feels our pain because he himself is a farmer. He assumed office last year as the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development and has focused on modernizing the sector by improving feed and pasture production, promoting genetic improvement, advocating for access to finance for livestock farmers, and also the use of ICT to enhance production and traceability. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am referring to our host, your father, my father, the Honorable Minister of the Livestock Development, His Excellency Alhaji Idi Mukhtar Meha. Are you just looking like that? Thank you so much as you come on stage for your kind remarks. I crave your indulgence for a standing ovation. We are talking about our host here, and you are seated. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, our governor has just shown that she's so humble. Thank you so much, ma'am. We celebrate and value you. That hands can be bigger and better. It can be louder. The louder we clap, the faster he's here. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Yes.
Please sit down. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome. Thank you for clapping. I think if you clap more, you generate a lot of coolness. If you clap more, you generate a lot of coolness. Please keep on clapping. Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the Governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Ahmad Umar Fritri, CON, ably represented by the Deputy Governor, Her Excellency Professor Kaletapua Farauta, the Chairman, Senate Committee on Livestock Development, distinguished Senator Musa Mustafa, my mentor and brother, the Chairman, House Committee on Livestock Development, my friend, mentor and brother, Honorable Olawale Raji Tasir, my Professor Mohammed Jagadi, advisor to the President on Livestock Reforms, ably represented by another professor, my Professor Muhammad Kuta, the special advisor to the President on Livestock, my brother Alhaji Idris Ajimobi, the Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, Dr. Chinyere Ijoma, who surprisingly is coming to Yola to welcome me. I am a son of the soil, but I take it as a debt. When we go to Imo State, I will welcome you there. The head of service, Adamawa State, my friend and brother, the Honorable Commissioner of Livestock, Adamawa State, my brother Alhaji Tijani Atiku Maksha, the Chief of Staff, Adamawa State, Honorable Commissioners, Permanent Secretaries, Directors of Veterinary Services from all over the country, His Eminence, the Lamid of Adamawa, ably represented by the Hakim Ngire and the Ubandoma of Adamawa, Dr. Ahmad Mustafa, the National Project Coordinator, Elpres, executive members of NIAS, NVC, National Veterinary Council, and National Institute of Animal Resources, my friends in this progressive journey, development partners, NGOs, and other stakeholders in the livestock sector, directors, federal and state ministries of livestock or otherwise here present, distinguished farmers, livestockers, my friends in the livestock sector, bandiraɓe waynaɓe mi jaɓɓi on jaɓɓama moɗon. Members of the security organizations, security agencies here in Adamawa State, my friends in the press, electronic, print and social media, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, let me say up front that this organization, this gathering today is overwhelming. It is amazing. I am excited. Thank you very much, Adamawa State. Thank you very much. You have done me proud. You have done me an honor. I never expected this crowd. You have truly answered the call that Adamawa is the home of livestock, and by being here, you mean business. It is with immense pride and a profound sense of purpose that I welcome you all to Yola, the capital of Adamawa State, for this historic and maiden National Council on Livestock Development with the theme Livestock Rebirth, Accelerating Renewed Hope. I deeply appreciate my brother, my governor, His Excellency, the Governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Dr. Honoris Causa Alhaji Ahmad Umar Finitri, CON, and his cabinet for hosting the maiden edition in Adamawa State. I also thank all our distinguished guests and participants for honoring our invitation. You may be wondering why the first council meeting in Adamawa State. Listen to this. Adamawa was the first state to establish Ministry of Livestock and Aquaculture Development about 20 years ago. 20 years ago, when everybody was sleeping, Adamawa woke up to the reality. Adamawa has a disproportionate number of livestock in the Federation covering all the species. You heard Professor Vo mention them. The state, under the current leadership of His Excellency Governor Ahmad Umar Finitri, has given a fresh breath of air to the livestock sector with radical and innovative approaches to reclaiming grazing reserves, stock rules, and peace building between farmers and herders in Adamawa State. This is the reason. These are the reasons why Adamawa has been chosen. For the other reason, it is obvious. This gathering is not merely a meeting. It is a testament to to our collective resolve to forge a new, prosperous, and peaceful future for Nigeria's livestock sector. The Council aims to coordinate national strategies and reforms that foster collaboration, attract investment, and transform the livestock sector into a key economic driver for diversification, food security, rural development, and peace building. Exactly 1 year ago, our ministry was established with a clear mandate by Mr. President to transform the livestock sector from a traditional, often conflict-ridden practice into a modern, sustainable, and economically vibrant industry. I am proud to report that in this short period, we have laid a solid foundation for this transformation, guided by the National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy, NLGAS, the National Livestock Master Plan, and other laudable initiatives. The NLGAS aims to transform our livestock industry from a $32 billion to $74 billion industry within the next 5 years. It encompasses increased productivity per head and increasing the population of our livestock. In line with our strategy, we are actively engaging with countries, community-based organizations, producer associations, indigenous companies, multinational companies, and multilateral and bilateral development partners. These engagements have already begun to yield fruitful outcomes, including bilateral collaborations and strong expressions of interest from foreign direct investors eager to participate in Nigeria's livestock sector. We are already in discussions with several companies that want to invest in key sectors like dairy, beef, fodder, small ruminants, animal breeding, poultry, piggery, and animal identification, amongst others. We will see these physical manifestations of these engagements in a few months. Development partners are already supporting us in dairy development, peace building, and climate-smart livestock production. Many more are showing strong commitment, and they are coming very soon. Our key achievements in the past 1 year. We have successfully registered 8 new pasture seeds, a critical milestone, being the first of such registration in nearly 5 decades. Furthermore, we have developed the National Strategy and Action Plan on Genetic Resources, which is the blueprint for sustainable breed improvement across the country. Infrastructure and modernization. In a significant step towards modernizing our livestock value chains, closing the infrastructure gaps in veterinary, health delivery, and farm center services, the LPRES has done creditably well in the provision of solar-powered vaccine cold storage rooms, solar-powered boreholes, drinking troughs, cattle dips, milk collection centers, slaughter slabs, and pasture development across the country. The rehabilitation of the National Veterinary Research Institute VOM, construction of modern laboratories by LPRES are worthy of note. We are aggressively scaling up our capacity for animal health. Our ongoing efforts at the NVRI in VOM are set to expand vaccine production capacity from 120 million to 820 million doses per annum, securing our herds and indeed those of our neighbors against devastating zoonotic diseases. Model grazing reserve rehabilitation. We have inaugurated the Wase Grazing Reserve in Plateau State as a pioneering model for the rehabilitation of Nigeria's 417 grazing reserves. This model is designed to provide modern infrastructure, pasture development, primary health care clinics, veterinary primary schools, solar-powered boreholes for both domestic use and animal watering, veterinary services, and secure settlements, moving us away from conflict-ridden open grazing. Rehabilitation of the grazing reserves, making them conducive for pastoral settlement, is the only panacea, the only solution we have for the farmer-herder conflict. The grazing reserves are demarcated, deliberately set aside with legal backing, and reserved exclusively for use by pastoralists and other livestock ventures. Each reserve will become a sustainable economic hub for beef, dairy processing, hide and skin collection, and generation of biogas for electricity from the cow manure. This is the way to go, and this is the way we are going. Partnerships and investment. We have fostered robust partnership with state governments. Nearly half of which have now established their own dedicated ministries or agencies of livestock development. And with private sector giants like Ala Foods, Nestle, Promacido, Danone, Friesland, Campana, Wamco, who are investing in dairy demonstration farms and training facilities. We are also in active partnership with key indigenous companies such as Integrated Dairies Limited, L&Z Farms, and several others. Our target is to double national milk production from the current 700,000 liters to 1.4 million metric tons annually is now within our reach. And this is our target. We are not scared. We will achieve. This is a crucial step in cutting the $1.5 billion annually expended on the importation of dairy. The imperative for a common approach, a call to unity. As part of our stewardship, I have personally toured several states across all geopolitical zones of our great nation and had consultations with cross-sections of critical stakeholders in the livestock sector. These visits have afforded me first-hand opportunity and insights into the challenges confronting our livestock systems and the vast opportunities that abound across the upstream, midstream, and downstream segments of our livestock value chain. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, your excellencies, while our achievements are commendable, the path ahead demands a unified and common approach from all states. The challenges of the livestock sector, from perennial conflicts to low productivity, transcend state boundaries. We cannot afford a fragmented response. This council must serve as the platform to harmonize our policies and ensure that the NL gas strategy is implemented uniformly across our federation. Our collective success hinges on four critical interconnected pillars. 1, breed improvement and genetic resources. We must move decisively from low-yield indigenous breeds to high-yielding climate-resilient stock. The National Strategy on Animal Genetic Resources provides the framework. I urge all states to work with us to prioritize the establishment of breeding centers and artificial insemination services to accelerate genetic transformation and enhance the productivity of our cattle, small ruminants, pigs, and poultry. 2, rehabilitation of grazing reserves and ranching promotion. The era of open grazing is unsustainable and a source of persistent conflict. Our strategy is clear: rehabilitate the 417 grazing reserves into modern, secure, and economically viable renewed hope livestock villages. Crucially, we must provide ranching as the definitive modern solution. I call upon all state governments to allocate suitable land to pastoralists who are willing to embrace this modern animal husbandry practice. This is not merely an economic policy. It is a profound commitment to social harmony and peace building. Ranching provides security of tenure, allows for investment in feed and fodder, animal health, and fosters a settled, prosperous community, thereby eliminating the root causes of farmer herder crisis. There are no two ways about it. Ranching is the solution. The theme, livestock rebirth, accelerated renewed hope, is apt and speaks directly to the vision of this council. We understand that the federal government alone cannot drive this transformation. We need a coalition of willing partners, state governments, private investors, research institutions, traditional institutions, and community-based organizations to work together in synergy to reposition the sector for resilience, competitiveness, and growth. Investing in all value chains. Our vision extends beyond primary production. We must invest aggressively across the entire livestock value chain, from feed and fodder, production, processing, transportation, marketing, and consumption. This is the holistic approach that is the engine for the following. When we do all those, we talk about food security, ensuring a stable and affordable supply of high-quality animal protein for our growing population. Job creation, generating millions of new jobs in processing veterinary services, logistics, and feed milling. poverty eradication, empowering rural communities and smallholder farmers through increased income and market access. In conclusion, the road from Yola, after we leave Yola, where are we going to? The decisions we make here in Yola will echo across our nation for generations. Let us leave this maiden council with a renewed spirit of cooperation and a firm commitment to a single national agenda. Let us work together to transform our livestock sector into a beacon of prosperity, a source of national pride, a shared prosperity, and a guarantor of peace and food security for all Nigerians. Livestock for life. I want you to look at your neighbor and point to him and tell him, livestock for life. Livestock for life. Livestock for life. We are here to diamond and we will conquer. We will conquer. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for your attention.
Are you just looking like that? I crave the indulgence of the Honorable Minister, sir. Sir, can you bear with us? We want to inaugurate the council.
Your Excellency, this is the time to inaugurate the National Council of Livestock Development. And we want you to please give us the honor of witnessing this inauguration. I will ask the Chief Veterinary Officer of the country to call out the members of both the council and the technical committees to stand up, and he will give us the details, and therefore thereby the HM will inaugurate them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor, and all other protocols. I have the singular honor and pleasure to call on these members of the National Technical Working Committee. First of all, is our amiable Permanent Secretary, Dr. Chief Ijoma Kujobi, Permanent Secretary, Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, as the chairperson or the chairman. All permanent secretaries of state ministries of livestock development or ministries responsible for livestock matters, please can you stand up? Permanent secretaries are members of the National Technical Working Group. Again, the Director of Planning, Research and Statistics, Federal Minister of Livestock Development, Chief O'Hare Stephen, please can you come over here? You're here, yes, please. Please come up, stand up. Honorable Minister, sir, this esteemed working group is going to be supported by members, subcommittees. One, the directors of veterinary services of all the 36 states of Nigeria plus FCT. Can you stand up? The directors, livestock services in all the 36 states plus FCT. The executive director, National Veterinary Research Institute, VOM. Our farmers groups and associations represented by Mieti Allah Cattle Breeders Association, Nigeria. Okay, sir. Okay. Piggery Association of Nigeria, Poultry Association of Nigeria, Sheep and Goat, and so many other ones, the macro livestock and all those that are involved in livestock production and services. We also have, as members of the subcommittee, sir, the President of the Veterinary Council of Nigeria, the President of National Institute of Animal Science. We have the Director in charge of Animal Quarantine, Nigeria Agricultural Quarantine Service, the President, Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association, the President, National Association of Animal Health and Husbandry Technologies, and even as observers, we have our development partners and those who are supporting us. And not the least, sir, all the technical directors in the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development are members of this subcommittee. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, and okay, there is also the Animal Science Association of Nigeria. but just to say, Honourable Minister, sir, if any group is omitted, it is going to be a pleasure to bring them on board. But whatever this is, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
The technical committee.
Yes, the technical, yes.
Your Excellency, on behalf of the powers conferred on me under the National Council of Livestock Development, I hereby inaugurate the Technical Committee of the National Council of Livestock Development, Federal Republic of Nigeria. You are hereby inaugurated. Congratulations. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. No, call the names first.
Okay, sir.
Your Excellency, our Honourable Minister, without much ado, let me respectfully call members of the National Council Livestock Development, the highest and apex policy-making organ as far as livestock matters is concerned. First of all, our indefatigable Honourable Minister, the man that has always said livestock is never, second to none in terms of revenue and improvement in livelihood, Comrade Idi Muktameha. He is the chairman of the National Council on Livestock Development. I thought we should clap for him. And the secretary, as is conventional, is our amiable permanent secretary, Dr. Chinyere Ijoma Akujobi. She's the secretary of the committee. So may I respectfully also call on all honorable commissioners present here or their representatives to stand up to be inaugurated as members of the National Council on Livestock Development. Honorable commissioners, sirs, or their representative.
The deputy governor is inaugurating us. Okay. May I, Your Excellency, ask you to honor by coming here for the inauguration of the National Council. May I also invite the Chairman Senate Committee and the Chairman House Committee to please come here and support Her Excellency. The Chief of Staff, Government House, please. Yes, please.
Yeah, Deputy Chair.
I thought it much. I remember. Eh? Yeah. So it's me that's going to inaugurate again. This is the crowning moment of this engagement. Here we have both the executive and the legislature fully supportive of livestock development ministries all across the country. On behalf of the powers conferred on the chairman of this council, who is the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, and humbly being myself, I have the honor and pleasure of inaugurating the first National Council of Livestock Development, Federal Republic of Nigeria, here in Adamawa State, Yola, on this day, 24th November 2025. We are hereby inaugurated under the watchful eyes of Her Excellency and the distinguished Senator and the honorable members of House of Representatives, Federal Republic of Nigeria. We are hereby inaugurated. Thank you very much. Commissioners, please come for photo opportunity. Commissioners, please come for photo opportunity. Don't miss it. Yes, yes. Yeah. Yeah. Who has this one now?
You go to the center, man. Go to the center, man.
Hello, sorry. Please, commissioners that are physically present should be in the front row with the House committee members and Senate. Representatives of commissioners should please kindly go to the back. Please, Chief of Staff, you come to the front. Please come to the front. I think we need to do it. Honorable commissioners present, please. Honorable commissioner? Yes, sir. Are all honorable commissioners here? Honorable commissioners present. Okay, sir. Okay. Okay. Honorable commissioner? Yes. Which state, sir? Okay, Kano. Can we all go back to the place? This is a historic picture. Very historic, please. Take.
We can't go back. Let's move back to the table. Move back to the table. Cameraman, move back to the table. Behind the table.
Oga, please, behind.
I will not capture it. I will not capture it.
Sorry, only the honorable commissioners present now. So the rest can go. If you are representing, please, sir. They can't see you, sir. Sorry, sir. Can you go? They can't see you, sir. Maybe go up there, sir. I think you have to come up this way, sir. If not, they won't see you. We want the picture to be very sharp. So, please, you might please go up there, sir. Huh? Yeah, please. Don't go so I can go in. Please. Okay. Please, can you see very well? I'm blind. Can you go? Well done. I like this.
Good afternoon.
That's what you see now.
Well, thank you very much, very distinguished personalities. Please, while we are making our way, it is now time to prepare because we are going to invite the special guest of honor on this event, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Ahmadu Umaru Fintri, who respectfully, Excellency, May I also respectfully invite, with respect, the Honorable Minister of Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. He is going to come back as a presentation, brief presentation is going to be made here. With respect, I'm inviting the Honorable Minister Alhaji Dr. Edi Mukhtar Malham, FNIM, who is now going to come and make presentation of an amount. After we have our partner here, he trained about 100 youths in various livestock entrepreneurship. This is in person of Dan Lawan Adamawa, who is also the Chairman Chief Executive Officer of Dabreji Farms, in person of Alhaji Sadiq Umar Dawari, Dan Lawan Adamawa. The Honorable Minister is coming to make the presentation as an empowerment to these youths, which Alhaji Sadiq Umar Dawari has presented the sum of 10 million naira. Who is going to be presented? Let me invite the trainees. Please, can you come quickly? Where are some of the trainees for the sake of our pictures? Thank you very much, the Honorable the Honorable Minister, for allowing us to do this. And Your Excellency, for your kind patience. You have been together with us since the beginning of this program. For the Chief of Staff, Governor Yola, this is indeed a family meeting, I understand.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, here we are presenting an empowerment tool of 10 million naira to the by the CEO of WG Farms to the WG Multipurpose Cooperative Society. In addition to the 10 million naira, he has also allocated a fertile land of 10 hectares for these youths, men and women, who have shown passion, who have seen the vision, who have been convinced, and they are today tied to this venture of growing commercial pasture for animal feed. On behalf of the CEO of WG Farms, we present this empowerment tool to you. And this signals that that is the way to go. We don't have to rely on government. There are some of us who are well-to-do, have the vision, and want to share in their prosperity. He has selected these youths who are today, by all standards, are young and have resolved to take to livestock as a venture, and he has supported them. We thank you, MD CEO of WG Farm, Dan Lawal Adamawa, Sadiq Daware, and we do hope that this will become infectious, not only in Yola, but all over the country, for people to start identifying these youths and begin to bring them up and empower them. That is the way to go. That is one way of killing unemployment. That is one way of making progress in our life. Thank you very much. Congratulations for this.
Thank you very much. While a photograph is going on, I would like the distinguished ladies and gentlemen to all sit tight, because we are going to invite soon after this the special guest of honor of this occasion. It is now my singular honor and privilege to now invite His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Adamawa State, Right Honorable Ahmadu Umaru Fintri, CON, who is ably represented here by the first female deputy governor in the history of the northeastern Nigeria, Professor Chief Kaletapa George Farauta. Please, let's. Please, let's welcome her with a round of applause.
A standing ovation is in order. We're talking about.
Let's please stand as we welcome
the Honorary Club, the most celebrated she feels. Let's put our heads together for her.
I want to thank you sincerely for choosing Yola for this maiden council meeting where the council itself is being inaugurated. This is historic for us and we do not take that for granted. Thank you very much. Adamawa State and Yola in particular has increasingly become a venue of choice for conferences, meetings, investments and tourism. We believe this is a response to the peaceful ambience and modern infrastructure that we have deliberately invested in. In this particular instance, we also believe that you chose our state because of its tremendous livestock resources, which contributes about 43% of the GDP and government's efforts to harness them. Livestock has been a strong pillar of Adamawa's economy. Our plains, our rivers, our grazing fields, and our human capital have for centuries supported a vibrant culture of pastoralism and mixed farming. Livestock has contributed to household livelihoods, nutrition, trade, culture, and job creation. This is why we established the Ministry of Livestock Development about 20 years ago before other states and the federal government followed. So we're leading and others are following. Livestock development is not just an agricultural activity. It is an economic strategy, food security, and public health management. With Nigeria's rising population, the demand for high-quality animal protein will continue to increase. Investing in the livestock sector will reduce imports, create jobs, boost incomes, enhance national food security, and engender global competitiveness. It will also promote public health through available and affordable essential animal protein in form of meat, milk, and eggs, as well as enhance the control of zoonotic diseases which are transmittable between man and animals. My sincere apologies to my comrade professor who brought the keynote address. I'm sorry, sir. You're welcome. In pursuit of this, Adamawa State, through its Ministry of Livestock and Aquaculture Development, has embarked on a wide range of reforms, including rehabilitation and demarcation of 69 grazing reserves, 32 gazetted and 33 ungazetted, and stock routes in the state. Construction and desilting of dams and provision of watering points for livestock in most of the gazetted grazing reserves. Establishment of state office for National Livestock Transformation Project in the state for pasture development in the Gongoshi Grazing Reserve. Modernization and construction of international cattle and livestock markets across the state. Rehabilitation and reconstruction of the Yola ultramodern abattoir, in addition to the construction of other abattoirs across the state in collaboration with the El-Press. Construction of state-of-the-art modern veterinary hospitals and clinics and veterinary laboratories across the state in collaboration with the El-Press and NCRP. Construction of the artificial insemination centers across the 3 geopolitical zones in the state. Establishment of cold chain facilities and meat collection centers across the state by El-Press. Strengthening of veterinary and animal health systems in terms of disease surveillance and control, including vaccination against diseases such as the CBPP, FMD, PPR, HS, LS, and rabies. Recruitment of professionals such as veterinary doctors for our clinics and abattoirs. Honorable Minister, sir, distinguished participants, we also recognize that there are challenges in the way of livestock development. These include climate change, leading to pressure on grazing lands, disease outbreaks, herdsman-farmer conflicts, and so on. This council's meeting is therefore timely and crucial. The theme, Livestock Rebirth, Accelerating Renewed Hope, is also germane. This calls for close collaboration between the federal and the subnational governments, as well as the private sector, development partners, researchers, and so on. We need coordinated approach to modernize livestock production, reduce conflict, improve value chains, and build resilience. At this juncture, Honorable Minister, I wish to make the following appeals. 1, please kindly revisit and facilitate the kind consideration of our Natural Resource Fund grant application, which we made to Mr. President in May 2024, entitled Improving Livestock Productivity and Mitigation of Herders Farmers Conflict through Effective Utilization of Grazing Reserves that abound in Adamawa State. 2, Adamawa State has been the pace-setter and trailblazer in the implementation of the National Livestock Transformation Plan, the NLTP, as evidenced by the flagging off of the NLTP by the federal government of Nigeria in September 2025 in Adamawa State, as well as Adamawa State being one of the 3 states, and indeed the leading state in the implementation of the pilot ranch project. Having done this well, we wish to solicit for funding intervention of this very laudable model demonstration pilot ranch under the implementation of the NLTP, overarching pillar of the economic investment in livestock ranching, further production, and value chains. This council has an opportunity to shape policies that will guide Nigeria towards a more prosperous future. I encourage you to engage deeply, share experiences, forge solutions that are inclusive, forward-looking, and sustainable. I once more welcome you to Adamawa State and wish you fruitful deliberations. On this note, it is now my pleasure to declare the Maiden National Council of Livestock Development meeting holding in the banquet hall, Government House, Yola, open. Thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Are you just looking like that? We crave the indulgence of Executive Governor, represented by the Deputy Governor. Please, ma'am, we have an award for you from the Nigerian Veterinary Medical Association, and this award is to be presented by the president of this esteemed association, Dr. Moses Arukoyo. Can you please come up stage for your award, ma'am?
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Among so many things that have been said about Adamawa today, let the record also add that this is the first state to embrace and implement the L-Press project in terms of counterpart funding and otherwise in terms of aligning with all the criteria. And this gladdens our heart as the veterinary community. Adamawa is the sunshine country. And as of last week, I felt the temperature rise to 36 degrees when 19 veterinarians were employed by His Excellency. This brings us so much joy. And on behalf of the veterinary community, I have the singular privilege to present this through our Honorable Minister, who is more worthy than I am, to present on our behalf to His Excellency this award in recognition of the great and hard work that His Excellency is performing in this state. Somebody said that when a man is lucky, it means that the man is passionate and is hardworking. I dare say that His Excellency is a passionate man with regards to agriculture and a very hardworking man. Thank you so much, man. We appreciate it. Thank you, sir. May I have the honor, man?
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
To defend her unity and uphold her honor and glory. So help me God. Thank you so much, ma'am. We also crave your indulgence to kindly come with us for an exhibition, if you can oblige us. Thank you so much. We celebrate your value. Thank you. Please, let's go for the exhibition. This way, please. Let's visit our partners. Let's see what they have for us. Let's see what they have for us. Please, this way. We'll be going on break, and please bear in mind that when we come back, we have the newly inaugurated council back. Every other person can go and come tomorrow, but this second segment is for the newly inaugurated council. Please feel free to stop by at the stands of our partners. Okay. The directors from all the states under the Ministry of the director from both the federal and the state Ministry of Livestock Development. We also have all the commissioners and then the technical experts. Thank you so much. We're going to come back to this venue. Sorry, sir. Thank you, sir. We're going to come back to this venue to continue the second proper presentation on how to excel in this new role as inaugurated. Thank you so much. I celebrate your values. Let's go to the stand. We're going for lunch from here, please. So from here, we're going for lunch.
Check, 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 check. I can see it. But that's it. That's it. Because I want the monitor to be down more a little. Then I can increase this my line that I'm sending to you. It will be louder. Check, two. Check. Check. You don't even have to increase. You can even leave the gain safe. I'll increase it from my side. Because on my side, I brought it down like a lot. Like 20%. So I can increase it a little more. Check. But that monitor line has to be down. Like down to like maybe 8 o'clock safe. Check. Let me increase from my side. Check, check, 1, 2.
So they will be the last to eat. Oh, okay. I was told that they are not even eating. Such a fantastic host. So we're starting with Abia State. Abia Akwa Ibom. So let's have all the commissioners first. All the commissioners first. Please, if you're not a commissioner, can you kindly hold on? All the commissioners. All the commissioners under the states. What? Please, the servers. The servers, please hold on. The servers, please hold on. The food right now is only for the commissioners. Can the servers please hold on? Thank you for abiding with the instructions. Good afternoon once again, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I want to crave our indulgence to kindly round off our lunch. We'll be commencing the next segment of this program at 3, so that means in 10 minutes' time. Thank you so much. I appreciate you for your cooperation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. Let me also add from my voice. Just like a day like this, I attended a launch, something of this nature. Let me first of all ask, how do you test? Is it morning or is it tea break or something? How does it test?
Well, the food is nice. Yeah, so it's nice. Thank you.
In other words, you have to know what you eat and eat what you know. This is just coming us from us, and thank you very much for having the lunch. And it's a very good time that we have. Just like what my co and senior MC has said earlier on, in the next 10 minutes, or now maybe less than 10 minutes, we are going to have or going to begin the technical session where we are going to be told what to do. This woman is a very strong woman, you know. I listened to, heard a lot of people making a lot of complaints. They arrived Yola. This woman arrived Yola this morning, and I'm so happy and grateful for her. She's so very strong and still standing, and we are indeed very grateful to God. So we shall be doing this together. And later, maybe now in 8 minutes from now, we are going to begin the technical session. My sister, God bless you always. You're welcome. DJ, let's continue.
So you want us to?
I want to take note. Resolution. So please meet the PS.
Okay.
You give her the phone.
Good afternoon, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Okay, I crave your indulgence to kindly all stand. I crave your indulgence to kindly all stand. Let's stretch. It's been a day, a milestone event. Please, let's all stand. Let's all stand. Can we stretch our hands? Let's take our hands up. Let's stretch it farther. Take it down slowly to the middle. Take it back. To the middle again. Take your hands to the front. Stretch it. Now take it down. So can we just have a breathing exercise? Just so we can be relaxed, we can be calm for the next session. Breathe in. Breathe in. Thank you, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. You may please sit. Thank you. Good afternoon once again, Your Excellencies, very distinguished ladies and gentlemen. We're honored to have the Permanent Secretary at the eye table and would like to crave your indulgence, ma'am, to kindly give us permission to continue the second session. Oh, great. Thank you so much. So we have the permission of the Permanent Secretary to continue this second session. Please bear in mind that the high table is collapsed except for the chairman of the council, which of course is the Permanent Secretary. So this is a session that would entail presentation on national livestock growth acceleration strategy. And to take it on from here, I will be delighted to also work with a great leader and compare. Very distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Dr. Ayuba Philip from the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. That hands can be bigger and better. The louder we clap, the faster he's here. Thank you.
My Permanent Secretary, Ma, thank you so much. It has been a fulfilling day. Under the guidance and leadership of your management, we appreciate you so much. All participants, high table and all important dignitaries, we really appreciate you for your patience. From this very beginning of this special occasion, we are really grateful. This is going to be a technical session, and we are going to have some presentations from special persons and also institutions. So without much waste of time, with the permission of the Permanent Secretary, under her guidance, may I first of all invite the SA to the Minister, Dr. Olumide, to give us the first presentation in this session, please. Dr. Olumide, I hope you are around. Dr. Olumide, I hope you are around. Is he around, Dr. Ubandawaki? Please, we call you for the first presentation in this session. We actually don't have much time to waste. We have 10 minutes for each presentation, and we will want you to utilize and speak to the slides that you have, if any. Nike, is he around? Yes.
Dr. Philip, please, can you call the house to order? Can you call the house?
Hello? Please, let's be seated, let's be quiet, let's have Let's have the house in order, please. Please and please. Please, can we be together? Can we be on the same page? This is a very serious business that we are doing. This is the first time we are having this kind of a session, and we are going to have a strong takeaway from this session. So please, let's be seated. Are your attentions here, please? Let's be on the same page. No side talks, please. Let me call the second person, the presenter. Is he around? So he's not around. Yes, he's coming to come. Or maybe we call the second presenter if he's ready. Yes, sir? Can we keep waiting for him?
Just an
Oh, Hillary, yes.
By tradition, the concept, the one concept, is supposed to join the concept. That's the
Sure, we can
okay.
do that.
Because the MC said it's only the third concept that should be on the high table. No, the one concept.
Let me get clearance.
Okay.
Because it requires clearance. Hillary, are you around? Do we have Hillary around in this house? The home council is supposed to be on the high table. The home council. Voting on the commission. Yes, that's the idea. Maybe I should wait.
Sorry, the section we are holding now, is it for the technical committee?
It's technical.
Technical committee.
Technical session.
Technical,
but including the council members.
Including the council members.
Yes,
okay, that's the point.
The
point should be made clear.
Yes, okay.
Okay, the point be made clear because I was going to take my leave last.
Thank you. Which one is this? Yeah? You are set? Okay. Just wait. I will introduce you. Just keep standby, close by. I'll just keep you.
You are calling these people to the high table. The Honorable Commissioner Adamawa, Honorable Commissioner Human State, the Permanent Secretary of State, Permanent Secretary Adamawa State, Permanent Secretary me, then the Director of Veterinary Services of Kaduna State, then the Director of Livestock Services Plateau State. Join me. Director of Livestock Services. Plateau. No, this is not specialized services. Livestock services, right?
Okay. Mandung. Once more again, thank you so much for your patience. If you permit me, I want to reiterate again that this is a technical session including all the technical committee and the commissioners, please. So it's not only for the technical committee, but including the commissioners. Please permit me to welcome these people to the high table to join the permanent secretary. The Honorable Commissioner of Adamawa State, if you are around. Honorable Commissioner of Adamawa State. Honorable Commissioner of Imo State. The Director of Livestock Services, Plateau State. Dr. Pakachi, Kaduna State DVS, please come to the high table. The VCN President, Professor Matthew Adamu. Okay, you're already here, sir. Then NIAS, Professor Chuka. Okay. I saw Professor. Okay. I saw it here. The Permanent Secretary of Edo State. Are you around, sir? Edo State. Permanent Secretary of Adamawa State.
Yes, registrar.
The DVS of Lagos State. The Permanent Secretary of Lagos or DVS Lagos? Please join the Permanent Secretary of the Federal Ministry of Livestock Services on the high table. We have Professor Udo Habert, please, sir. So without much waste of time, because the time is fast moving, may I invite the representative of Iliri to give us the first presentation in this session. Dr. Bamidele, you are welcome, sir. 10 minutes. You can speak to the presentation, please. Let it be more like a discussion session rather than a PowerPoint presentation.
If Dr. Olumide, I would have asked you to call Dr. Alike in case he finishes.
Is he ready?
Dr. Alike should be ready. He's here.
Okay, because even before I call, no problem. I will do that. But even before I even call you, I confirm from the first. Are they around? He say yes. I say let's confirm those that are around before calling. Okay. So thank you so much. Please, may we give a round of applause for the next presentation before he commences. I will appreciate, sir, if you can just give us the summary, the PowerPoints, the strong points within 10 minutes. I will monitor the time because I want to believe by 4:10 or 4:20 we'll close this session as on the timetable. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, moderator. Thank you so much. Good afternoon, the Permanent Secretary, dignitaries on the high table. Good afternoon. So my name is Dr. Bamidele, as was introduced, and I'll be making a presentation on behalf of the International Livestock Research Institute. In the past 2 years, we've been working on the Nigerian Livestock Master Plan, which is an investment plan for the NL gas. Initially, it was structured that we will come in after the NL gas, but as it is now, this is coming forth ahead of that. So myself and my colleagues, the country rep is here. My other colleague, Dr. Nauro, stepped out briefly, so I'll be doing this on their behalf. We have 20 minutes, but I understand it's 10 minutes now. So, okay, so like I said, we're making a presentation of the Nigerian Livestock Master Plan. We started 2 years ago looking at what the situation is, understanding the landscape of the livestock sector in the country. And this initiative was facilitated by ELPRES. I'm sure most of us, if not all of us, are aware of ELPRES in some of those participating states. And IRI is leading the technical support. We also have CIRAD, the Agricultural Institute from France, joining us to collaborate and lead the initiative. So what is the Nigerian Livestock Master Plan? In one word, simple terms, it's an investment plan. So what we do is we undertake a comprehensive assessment of the landscape in the country using some econometric tools and foresight analysis, and then based on that we make a projection and foresight analysis of asking ourselves, under a business as usual situation, under improved investment and targeted investments, what would the country be? What would be the fate of the livestock industry in Nigeria? And we have 4 basic pillars. We have the coalition of change. That is where we gather all the stakeholders together. We have the livestock sector analysis. That is basically the initial stage wherein we gather the baseline assessment or the baseline data that supports all our assessments. Then we have the long-term 15-year study. Then we have the 5-year roadmap. So we do a 15-year, which is long-term, and we do a 5-year short-term roadmap plan based on what we get in from the stakeholder engagement. And the roadmap is, that is the meat of the investment itself. So how does the LMP align with the NL gas? What we've seen is, I think in the earlier session, we've talked about the vision of the NL gas and the ministry in terms of targeting the contribution of livestock, increasing the contribution of livestock to the national GDP. So what the LMP does is that we look at the pillars in the NL gas and is directly complementing each of at least 7 of those pillars directly. The other pillars are indirectly being spoken to. For example, when we talk about the peace building. So the way we talk about the livestock master plan, it's not different, as it were. It's not an independent policy document, but it's to support what the strategy the NLGAS is proposing for the country's livestock industry. And another thing is that we noticed that the NLGAS has an horizon up to 2035. But with the LNP, what we do is we go a bit further into 2040, such that it gives a 5-year extra for us to rethink and rebuild whatever the NLGAS has when it stops. So I talked about the coalition of change. I'm not going to bore you with that again. So we have, there are several stakeholders, I believe, that are here that have participated in the processes, both at the state and at the federal level. So at the livestock sector analysis, what we do is a comprehensive assessment, like I said. It's basically the baseline. What have we done? We've gone virtually across all the 36 states and FCT in the country to collect data. One of the strengths of the LNP is that it's built on existing livestock data. We've tried to collect data around up to between 18 and 20 parameters that influence livestock productivity and performance. Again, we also, in addition to that, we also sort of disaggregated the production system in the country so that we know that it's not a one-size-fits-all. So when we are designing interventions, innovations, and investments, we are speaking specifically to the production system. So for instance, in cattle, you have the pastoral, agro-pastoral, the homestead, the commercial, the dairy. We do that also for small ruminants. And then when it comes to poultry and pigs, it is disaggregated to the specific and existing production systems in the country. So we did a detailed analysis that include that at the animal level, the head level, household, and sectorial level. So it's sector-wide analysis. In that livestock sector analysis, we conducted a constraint and opportunity assessment. That is, we're asking, what are the challenges? What are the existing challenges? We all know it, but let's look at it critically to document it. So we look at the existing constraints, and we ask ourselves, what are those inherent opportunities that can be derived from these constraints? So we do that by category. We look at all the major themes and the value chains, and then the production systems that I said. So we look at, when you talk of category, we look at the feed, the animal health, look at market, look at policy assessment, we look at gender and youth empowerment also. Then from there, that led us into the 15-year long-term sector-wide strategy. What it was interesting during the goodwill message, we had the chairman the chairman, the House Committee on Livestock Development, talking about the deficit that exists between the demand and the supply side of livestock production. So what we did is that we looked at the demand side, the factors influencing and driving demand, and we look at it again, we cross-check it against the supply side of livestock production. We see what is the deficit. And what our analysis showed is that if we continue as we are, the deficit will be existing, will even grow larger. But if we have targeted investment at each of these themes, sectoral level, value chains, and production systems, we can be able to close those gaps. And that was, this speaks to some of the things we heard in that goodwill message. Then to the last pillar of the livestock master plan, which is the roadmaps, which is about where you have the investment itself. So we have it across all value chains. We have cattle, that we're talking about beef and dairy. In small ruminants, you're talking about the meat primarily, that is goat and sheep. For chicken, you have the meat and the eggs, and then pigs, pork. But just as a case in point, for this presentation, we just want to look at honing a little bit on the cattle value chain. So we have a strategic objective, which is basically to make it market-oriented and climate-resilient production system that is profitable for the farmers, profitable to the cattle herders, and profitable both for those in across all the value chains, across all the nodes in the cattle value chain. So the investment areas we looked at, and when I say we looked at this, all these areas of considerations came in from our coalition of change. They came in from active stakeholder engagement at state level and also national level. So we have feed and fodder, we have animal breeding and improvements, we have the animal health and veterinary services, infrastructure, the value chain, that is the processing. we have the policy coordination, and then the gender and the youth inclusion. For the feed and fodder development, what we noticed was that the objective, the agreed objective at the forum where we move around with stakeholders was that we should be able to ensure year-round feed security for our livestock population. Whatever species, whatever value chain, what is critical at the base is that there has to be year-round feed security. And the areas of interventions and investment include rehabilitation of the rangeland. I heard some of this during the goodwill. We talked about the floodplains, talked about community managed grazing reserves. We talked about also empowering and training farmers in silage and hay production. We talked about establishing ruminant feed processing centers, and also supporting the toll millers, so that across the chain, across the delivery nodes, the inherent constraints can be addressed, and then investment can be made to correct and bring productivity and profits into the value chain. So when we look at the financing structure, what we saw is a public-private financing model, and we noticed that the private sector drives rehabilitation of rangelands and grazing infrastructure, because this will deliver the long terms, right? But when it comes to private sector investments and interest, it has got to do with activities around peri-urban fodder development, fodder chopping, densification, mechanization. I mean, any area that becomes profit-oriented, any venture enterprise that can put money in the investor's hands, that's critical for private sector financing. In breeding and genetic improvement, the objective was to optimize the genetic resources for improved productivity. And I'm sure some of us are aware of recent, there was this Nigerian National Strategy and Action on Animal Genetic Resource Management. So one of the things we also do in the process of developing the Livestock Master Plan is we did a comprehensive assessment of all existing livestock-related policies and strategy documents, and look at, okay, what are the perhaps or supposed weak points, which areas can it be strengthened. And when we look at breeding and genetic interventions, the area of genetic conservation comes in strongly from that action plan on animal genetic resources. Then we look at community breeding programs, that there has to be we have to establish and set up sustainable community breeding programs. We're looking at 100 in 5 years, and then over 15 years, that will be 300. We talked about AI and embryo transfer technologies, talked about the nucleus herds. Now, in terms of the financing model, it's also public and private. It's both. Both of us have to be responsible in bringing funds and driving capital in the livestock sector. For the public investment, it should be targeted at foundational programs on long-term breeding. For those involved in genetics and breeding, it takes time. Breeding takes time. And for those in the private sector that are looking for profit, they might not necessarily have that patience to stay that long in that sector. So those type of investments will be driven and led by the public sector. Now, for private sector, it's critical around primarily around assisted reproductive technologies, that is the artificial insemination and the embryo transfers. In the area of improved animal health and veterinary service, we're looking at reducing disease burden. Primarily, that is it. Reduce the disease burden, then you can increase the productivity and performance of your livestock herd or of your livestock production. So we're looking at vaccination, looking at up to 75% coverage, talking about rehabilitating the zonal labs, establishing mobile diagnostic units, veterinary kiosks, and also importantly training the community animal health worker scheme. We understand that this has been existing, this has been sort of institutionalized, but it needs to be strengthened so that we can train more. I mean, one of the things we also did was to look at the strength of the veterinarians we have in the country. They can't be everywhere, but if you scale down to the community, if you deploy the community and animal health workers, and as well as the paravet, you can reach what we call the last mile delivery. All the last mile challenges could be overcome. In terms of the sectoral financing, it's also public and private sector led. For private sector, will be involved in profit oriented, like we said, primarily the assisted reproductive technologies. Okay, for the infrastructure, this is the other side we look at, strengthening the market and value chain, the market infrastructure. And we are saying areas of interest, areas wherein we see that if interventions are made, could the livestock industry could leapfrog is in the abattoirs. We need to standardize and upgrade the abattoirs. We're talking about the solar-powered meat collection and chilling centers, and also continue with refrigerated transport system and network. It's a thing to pick it up, but must be able to deliver to where it's going to be used by the processors. We're talking about developing the feeder markets, the feeder roads. We're talking about establishing cluster farms for red meat, and also developing the livestock digital platforms. This speaks directly to the market information systems and the traceability that are important. At this point, let me just say that some of this investment that we see in cattle value chain, for instance, also applies in small ruminants. So for instance, when we're talking about upgrading feeder and market routes, thank you, upgrading feeder and market routes in cattle value chain, by extension, it applies to small ruminants also. So those investments will not be repeated for small ruminants particularly, but other value chains and other species could also enjoy the benefit of those investments. This talks about policy coordination. I'll just look at the need to establish the Nigeria Dairy and Marketing Board. Those are some of the things. Then we understand that the ministry is doing something with FAO around establishing decision zones. So these are areas that we need policy coordination at the federal level. We also looked at investment for gender and youth inclusion. Now the cost estimates, which this is just a snapshot. The cost estimate, what I want us to look at, not necessarily particularly the numbers, because it's in USD, but look at the disaggregation. So we have public sector and partners, and we also have private investment. For the public sector and partners, we are saying the partners, the developer partners can work with the government, can work with the public sector to look at areas wherein they can intervene and then make some cost sharing modalities. So I'm running up, thank you. So what are the expected impacts of these interventions in this sector? We're looking at national feed supply. That is, the national feed security is important, improves to 30 to 40%. We are looking at reducing mortalities. When you reduce the disease burden, you reduce the mortalities, you increase productivity and performance. We are looking at the beef and meat production. We are looking at increasing even producer incomes. Money in our farmers' pocket, that is important. They are the end users of this product. Then contributing to the cattle sector is increasing to contribution of cattle to the national GDP is increasing by 25%. And then so that same model of interventions and investment applies to ruminant, small ruminant, chicken value chain, and the pig value chain. So in closing, what should stakeholders do with the Nigerian LNP? I'm sure some of you might be asking, those that have not been familiar with the LNP. We are thinking, some of the things we want us to brainstorm and think about is that states need to domicile the national plan to their states. We can talk about that later on. We need to look at the coordination of the livestock master plan at the ministry. There has to be like a coordination office, a coordination center to be able to run with the livestock master plan. We're looking about development partners, technical support for program implementation. We're looking at professional associations. And this is my last slide. Thank you. We're looking at professional associations, research institutions, regulatory bodies, the VCN, the NEAS, their role in setting up or updating their curriculum to fit, and also in CSOs, looking at livestock sector advocacy, monitoring, and accountability. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Even though I was rushing you, but you were able to make your points. But summarily, I can say there are only 4 major points I picked. That's infrastructure, production, veterinary quality service, and technology. No, gas. No, gas, yes. Olumide is not around. He's back. Yes, he's been present. Yes. We want to yes, yes. Yes. I want to do an intro before he goes. It's okay. Thank you so much for that. A round of applause for him, please. So, may I call my permanent secretary to make a comment before the next presenter comes, please? Go ahead.
I don't know if they can hear me from here. Am I audible? Let me come there. Let me come there. Distinguished participants, I just needed to give this background before the next presentation. And I want to appeal to every one of us. For me, this is the crux of the matter why we're here. I was super excited to see the numbers that turned up. And for me, it's not about wanting to travel, considering even the distance. So for you to be here, it means you're very passionate about this industry. Please, those serving, can you just oblige us, allow us, this is serious business, because the next presentation we're going to take now happens to be on the blueprint, on the roadmap. As a ministry, upon establishment, we were able to come up with a clear vision as expected of us and as mandated by Mr. President. So our vision is clear, our mission is clear, and to be able to achieve them, we're able to develop what we call the National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy. This is our roadmap, and you agree with me that if you fail to plan, it means you're already planning to fail. Reason why we're being guided by that strategy. And as a body, as a council, the onus is on this council to also ensure that the states also align. I don't know if we all have our strategies. If we don't, it's important to listen carefully this afternoon. And once we get back, this is a strong tool because it was endorsed by the National Economic Council, where all the governors also sit. So they are very much aware of this document, and it will be an easy sell for you to adopt to develop your own strategy. This strategy has very clear objectives, very clear key performance indicators we are going to be tracking. As a ministry, we also have our M&E framework. It's a real-time system that helps us to monitor and evaluate all the key performance indicators we are tracking. So I want to appeal to you to please listen carefully, and we also were very ready and willing to support any states that will be needing some support to develop their strategy. I just felt I should, because while the first presentation was going on, I could see here noise at the background. Please, this is serious business. As a sector, with what I've seen here today, we are all champions. And I believe that all we need is just the support. So the technical support is there, the political will is there from our principals. As a technical committee, the onus is on us to now turn some of these dreams, visions, and missions into tangible output and outcome. For us at the ministry, we don't rely so much on output level key performance indicators. I'll give you an example. For us, it's not about coming for this meeting. It's more of, okay, you've come for this meeting, then what next? What impact, is this going to make vis-a-vis transformation of the sector? So please listen to Mr. Olumide. If you have questions, I want to believe there will be room for question and answer. But should you not, if we don't have enough time to take them, the secretariat will also be ready to take on those questions and would respond in due time. Thank you so much as we listen.
Olumide, you're welcome on stage. So thank you, sir. So
how many minutes?
10 minutes, sir.
10, all right.
I know you make an impact even within 5 minutes. So 10 minutes.
Sure, I will try.
Thank you, sir.
Honorable Permanent Secretary, distinguished council members, I will endeavor to finish in 10 minutes. I have 126 slides, but I will only go for about 30 of them. Yep. So, the National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy, as mentioned by the Permanent Secretary, is a comprehensive, private sector-led and public sector-enabled roadmap for the transformation of Nigeria's livestock sector. It's a carefully crafted framework that provides require guidelines and spotlight as well that will enable us to be able to implement necessary actions towards driving the strategy. This is the outline of my presentation, but I will only talk about the strategic choices and the pillars enabling this strategy because of time. Like I said, this strategy, the main objective is to outline our strategic intentions and critical enablers to push and build a more intentional livestock sector that can help us to create wealth. How did we build this strategy? This strategy was built off the overarching agenda of the current administration led by His Excellency, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the Renew Hope Agenda. And the Renew Hope Agenda has these 11 clearly defined goals. So the strategy was built off these goals because, as mentioned by the PAMSEC, this strategy for the Livestock Ministry is contributing to the achievement of this overall goal at the national level. So we have measures and indicators that we are tracking to ensure that the ministry is contributing to this. The strategy also benefits immensely from a wide consultation of different resources that have been prepared, including the National Livestock Transformation Program, including the Agricultural Transformation Agenda of previous administration, and the one that succeeded it, the Green Alternative, and even the current agricultural policy, which is the NATIP. It also benefits from resources that were garnered from various partner and donor organizations. So we have both national and international dimensions considered and integrated while we were developing this strategy. We look at the key questions that generally drive strategy. What is our strategic aspiration? What are we aiming to achieve? If we're aiming to achieve something, how do we compete? If we know how we compete, then how do we win? What is the approach that we're going to employ to win? And at the end of the day, what are the capabilities and systems that we need to ensure that we can achieve all this lofty initiative? So when you look at it, in essence, we did a very wide consultation. We did a very wide engagement, and we did a lot of analysis, considering several factors before coming out with this strategy. Now, when you look at the current situation of the sector, as different speakers from the beginning has mentioned, currently, as at 2023, which is about the most recent statistic that is available, the contribution of the livestock sector to Nigeria's GDP is about $32 billion. And that is coming from an average of about 400 million heads of livestock, which is a combination of different species, from poultry to goat and sheep to cattle and swine and pig, of course, excluding the micro livestock. And that is where we stand. So the share currently is less than 10% when you look at it, and it's about 32 billion. And this is a sector that has so much more potential that, that is even more critical when we consider the overarching interest and stakeholders that are involved in the livestock sector. So this is where we stand currently. So now, where do you think we need to go? But before we think of where to go, despite the minimal attention paid to the livestock sector until recently, the sector has shown very strong resilience. In the past 20 years, when you look at this chart, the sector has actually grown steadily over the past 25 years at an average of about 3% per annum in terms of sectoral growth. And you can see it, that is where you see the population in 2000 was just about 202 million heads of livestock in terms of population. And as of 2023, it has gone almost up to 400 million. So this shows resilience for a sector that is so important and wasn't given so much attention at that time. So this is like where we stand and where we are leaping forward from. Let me jump this. Now, what's our strategic aspiration in the sector? Which is very important because this is the engine room, this is the technical vehicle that will be driving this initiative, particularly across different states. The strategic aspiration is for us to grow the livestock sector from the current contribution of $32 billion per annum to between $74 billion to $91 billion per annum by 2035. This strategy is a 10-year roadmap which has been phased into two sections of 5 years each. So between now and the year 2035, we are saying that the livestock sector must have grown and expanded so much that it must be contributing nothing less than $74 billion to the economy of Nigeria. Don't forget again that we are all challenged to be pursuing a $1 trillion economy by 2030. And when you look at the percentage that we're even trying to contribute, is extremely conservative. And I believe with all of us in this room, with the level of expertise and years of experience that you have all garnered, we can actually do far more than this. But this is the benchmark that the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development is setting. Respective states should be able to drive their own level within their jurisdiction to achieve far more collectively when we are looking at it. So this is the ambition. So when we say the National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy, what is the summary? The summary is we want to move the sector from a $32 billion sector to at least a $74 billion sector. How are we going to do this? And when you look at this implies that on the base case scenario, which is the chart in orange, that's the scenario that is considering the $74 billion by 2035. So we're saying that from 2023, if we can grow this sector at a 7.2% annual growth rate on the average in the next 10 years, we're going to be achieving the 74 billion. But if we do a little more and we can grow the sector at an annual growth rate of 9.1%, we can achieve up to $91 billion. And we are presenting these two scenarios not to make one to be preferred over others, but at least to set the benchmark, the minimum achievable threshold that all of us must be collectively working towards achieving. So how can we grow this sector? There are so many pathways to grow this sector. Is it that we grow the sector quantitatively or we grow it qualitatively? But we think we should be able to do both. We should be able to grow the sector quantitatively by increasing the population of livestock that we have in Nigeria across the different species. But increasing the population is one leg. We can have a large population that is not productive. So we're saying that population increase in the livestock sector should be and will be complemented by increase in productivity. So, and you know, this entails a lot more work. It touches on genetic and breed efficiency. It touches on infrastructure. It touches on linkages. It touches on opening up opportunities within national and international boundary. So we're saying that two growth options, even if we're looking at the potential market opportunities locally in terms of protein consumption per capita, if we make efforts to move closer to the recommended minimum, the global average, we will be growing that sector even beyond the $74 billion that we are setting for ourselves. Because currently, on the average, we are consuming just about 62 grams per capita per year, of animal protein. And if we can grow this to 99 grams per day per person, we can of course still achieve this. So in essence, what we're saying is we will grow livestock population. We will do more. We will bring in more herds of cattle. We will bring in more poultry. We will do more of goats and sheep. but we will also get them to produce more. We will increase the yield, the milk yield per dairy cow from what it is currently to something far better than what is currently being obtainable. And again, if we keep the weight flat, and that is the quality aspect of it, and we say we're just adding 11 million head, like I said, that's another way to run it. But boosting both weight and herd size by these two metrics above, will raise per capita yield to 151 gram per person per day in terms of animal protein consumption. So the takeaway is that we have significant room to boost our livestock production across all animal categories and for all our target consumers. And the levers are several. When you look at the different areas where we can actually inject creativity, introduce more innovative practices, and modernize our practices, across different species value chain. If you look at the livestock segment of cattle, dairy, and poultry, in terms of their slaughter weight, if we can move from a 250 kg at 2 to 3 year old of cattle to about 600 kg at 1 to 2 year old, which is like the global average. Imagine if the world is doing 600 kg of animal at age 1 to 2. And for us in Nigeria, we're doing just about 250 kg at ages 2 to 3. You can imagine the productivity loss that we should all struggle and make all efforts to recover. So even if we double the weight in terms of productivity and yield, we will be moving closer or edging closer towards the target we set for ourselves. So here is it. Our ambition as a country, as set by the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development and as sanctioned and approved by the National Economic Council, is to grow this sector this way. And if I ask all of us, we know the answer. Does the Ministry of Livestock at the federal level own any land where it can farm livestock? The answer is no, definitely. The land, the resources, the water resources, the land resources, the human resources that we need to do this reside with the subnationals. So you are the engine room and the expected drivers of this strategy. So our thinking is to grow this sector in terms of animal population now and herd expansion from the current 400 million to about 900 million by 2035, which is achievable. And that will be driven mostly by natural birth, by purchases of live animals and investments in reproduction. And please note that exotic bulls, embryo transfers, and upgrade to parent stocks are some of the initiatives that the Federal Ministry is already pushing very hard to make available to us in Nigeria so that we can achieve this. Again, for productivity gain, if we increase our dairy output and slaughter weight of each animal by improving feeding, water, and vaccination access, the potential to increase or to raise their yield by 15 to 50% by animal type is quite very strong. So these are the two pathways that we think is possible, and we are presenting to you to adopt and possibly cascade it down to your various state jurisdiction. Because of time, I will skip some of this. Now, where do we compete? Spoken about this briefly, and it will be driven mostly by our own population growth. By 2050, it's estimated that Nigeria will be the third largest country in the world by population. That is by 2050. What that means alone is that we have a lot of work to do in terms of growing our own food, to being food and nutrition secure and sufficient in itself is a strong driver of the livestock sector growth by our own population alone. But when you look at the global demand for animal protein, it is enormous. And the opportunities are there we have been receiving a lot of requests from different parts of the world. The Honorable Minister and the Permanent Secretary, they have been going around giving assurances to different partners and stakeholders across the world that yes, Nigeria is ready, we are able, and we will be able to meet all their animal protein demand. So if we leave our national demand alone in terms of homegrown opportunities, we have such an enormous opportunity in the global market. So when we consider all this, we see that Nigeria can compete. But the issue of food safety, the issue of standard, will become a key issue to watch out for when it comes to meeting or entering international markets. And that is another area that the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development has been making a lot of effort so that we have all that is needed, that is required for us to be able to take advantage of this global opportunity. I will only talk about the chart on your right because of time. And this is about meat consumption per capita. The blue lines are showing the current situation. And when you look at Nigeria, currently we're doing just an average of about 45 grams per person per day in terms of animal protein consumption. The orange bar is the base, the recommended minimum by FAO, which is like the global benchmark, and it is 64 grams per person per day. And when you look at South Africa, it's 77. When you look at USA, it's 81. So we're saying that locally, even if we increase our own local demand from 45 to 75 alone, we're going to be growing the sector. How are we going to do that? Maybe when we have the opportunity to interact further, I will tell you. Or you also know, you have an idea on how we can do it. I know you're already standing to tell me to stop. I won't stop yet. I'm rounding up anyway. But what is more important in all of these is, in summary, opportunity exists for us to solve our domestic challenges, while at the same time taking advantage of export opportunities. So if we all work together as the council, and this is the highest decision-making body for the livestock sector in Nigeria. If we must achieve all these lofty ideas, it has to be driven by this council. So how do we win? Let me go to the overarching pillars. If we want to achieve it again, the ministry has carefully analyzed what it takes us to achieve this strategy. And we call them pillars. And the question enabling our response here is about what pillars or what are the capabilities and systems that we need to put in place for us to enable the system to perform. And ladies and gentlemen, the National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy, which have the overarching goal of expanding livestock sectoral contribution from $32 billion in 2023 to at least $74 billion by 2035, is sitting on these pillars. So we have 10 pillars. So we'll be collaborating with industry to co-invest in adding select public good capabilities like vaccination, while we're pushing and enabling private enterprise to build those capabilities and systems that will drive enterprise profitability. And all of these are sitting on 10 pillars. The 10 pillars are grouped into these three categories. Productivity boosting groups, which has 4 pillars. Market access and ecosystem building has 3 pillars. And the cross-cutting support group, 3 pillars. The 10 pillars are here. Livestock value chain development and market access, that is a primary pillar of interest. Animal health and zoonosis control, feed and fodder development. My colleague from HIRI who spoke earlier spoke so much about the livestock master plan, which is one of the strategic implementation pathway that we're already plugging into this strategy. And he spoke so good and glowingly about the feed and fodder development. So then water resources management. Then for the market access and ecosystem building, we have finance and insurance, statistics and information, and the extension services. And of course, infrastructure is very important. Is a primary enabler. Infrastructure is a primary enabler. And it cuts across peace building, security, peaceful coexistence, social cohesion. These are primary enablers, and they are cross-cutting. And last but not the least, which is youth and women. These are the 10 pillars that is overarching, on which this strategy is sitting. And I really would like us to pay attention to that, because when we get back into our various states, we will be able to do a comparative analysis of our strengths along these 10 pillars to know which one we will prioritize so that it can plug properly into what we're doing at the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development. These are the 10 pillars, and when you look at them, they all have their strategic objectives. Now, we have done a lot of work to provide granular details for each of these pillars. We have drawn out different activities that we need to be implemented to achieve them. We have clearly defined key performance indicators and how they will be measured. We have also come up with an indicative financial management plan and budgeting to at least give us an indicative, give us an idea of financial resources that will be required to run and implement these pillars. All of these are in this strategy, which time will not permit us to present. But I think this is an important place and it's a good point also to close this presentation. So in closing, ladies and gentlemen, members of the National Council on Livestock Development, the National Livestock Growth Acceleration Strategy is comprehensive, is all-inclusive, it is broad-based. We also want it to be private sector-led because we want to really bring out the business angle to livestock development. It is public sector-enabled. The Federal Ministry of Livestock Development is committed to providing at its level the necessary enabling environment to make this strategy implementable. And I believe the PAMSEC is here, and the Honorable Minister in his absentia are all committed to providing support to different states that are ready to plug into this initiative. Ladies and gentlemen, I will have to close my presentation here. This is about the 36 slides. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. This is your honor. You decided to bash me. So thank you so much for that presentation. I think this is very essential and is actually the crux of the matter, and that's why we have to give more time for it. Another round of applause for him, please. Without much delay, may I invite the Chief Veterinary Officer of Nigeria, in person of Dr. Samuel Anzaku, a brand new CVON, to give us a presentation on One Health collaboration for the control of zoonosis and AMR in Nigeria.
The Amiable Permanent Secretary of the Ministry of Livestock and the Pioneer Permanent Secretary, our Honorable Commissioners, Permanent Secretaries, Directors at both federal and state, distinguished researchers, and all other protocols duly observed. Good afternoon. I think Dr. Olumide has made my job, and many of us, the job already easier. Because whatever technical presentation we're going to make must and should fit into this broad document that has presented to us, the NL gas. So, just to say, I'm only going to build on what Dr. Olumide said. And mine is just going to be specifically on animal health and zoonosis. This is the presentation. I'm not going to read through the slides, but I'll just give you some of the basic things that we are doing, which are already in line with this very important document produced by the Ministry of Livestock Development. And mine is to speak specifically. I have other colleagues, directors, and head of departments who will talk about general animal health issues. But one of the most aching animal health and public health issue is the issue of zoonosis and antimicrobial resistance. Let me even start this introduction. When we talk about zoonosis, we're talking about diseases spread between man and animals and vice versa. But we are realized that something is even more fundamental and important this day globally, and that is the issue of antimicrobial resistance, which in some instances is being termed a global pandemic if not addressed. So my task this afternoon is to actually just put you a little bit of this information on what the One Health collaboration is all about. The zoonosis, public health, the issue of abattoirs and food safety generally. Next slide, please. So this, I won't go through this introduction because all of us know already. But just to mention that most of the diseases that we have in this country, okay, the diseases, zoonotic diseases that we have in this country, most of them have animal origin. And it is frightening to note that out of every 5 new diseases that you have coming into the human population, 3 of them have animal origin. We have the issue of dairy safety and meat contamination from bovine tuberculosis and other Escherichia coli and Campylobacter infections, which are major threats to human health. So in Nigeria, just to let us know that we already have what we call under the One Health collaboration, we had 6 major zoonotic diseases. That 3 that is actually the burden of human health, and then the second one, animal health. But recently, in 2023 or thereabout, we had the 7th one, which is anthrax. So these are the things that was agreed by Nigeria as a priority disease that we must all as Nigerians face. 1, rabies. 2, highly pathogenic avian influenza, Lassa fever, monkeypox, bovine tuberculosis, yellow fever, and like I said, anthrax recently. We also want to know, and in line with this, what we have several zoonotic disease control programs, and they are all in line with those priority diseases. We have the avian influenza, anthrax, rabies elimination program, PPR is in the other sector, and then avian influenza, which is a very big problem to our poultry industry in Nigeria. Now, I think I want to just pause here a little bit. It is with a lot of ill feelings that rabies, which is 100% preventable, has become a scourge in our national life. Recently, we've had several cases of human deaths. Okay, a lot of human deaths occasioned by the bites of rabid dogs in Nigeria. Yes, we have a population, the recently projected population of about 13 million dogs. And again, these are supposed to be a man's best friend. Unfortunately, we are beginning to have a lot of deaths occasioned by the bite of rabies dogs. And it is really unfortunate. And I must state that because of this very alarming situation, the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development said, and I quote, that this is the first war that he, as the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development, will fight. Rabies, because of the terrible things that patients go through. And he said in that war, I quote, everybody in a war is a general. When the war is won, everybody now becomes, you go to your ranks. So all of us as stakeholders, honorable commissioners, honestly, I want to stress with all sense of responsibility and concern that we're big partners in this war against rabies, which is causing a lot of destruction of human lives in this country and the animal population. So I'm going back, sorry. So what is government doing? I'm sure all of us are aware that we had recently embarked on mass vaccination campaign against rabies. And we had 8 states plus FCT. And actually you are based on reports of human deaths, association human deaths, and dog bites. And the states, like I said, we have to prioritize. The Honorable Minister, being a technical person, he says, CVN, I don't want us to spread these resources that we have thin and you don't make any impact. Let's concentrate on those few states that we can use as a test case to see what impact we can make. And based on their records, and with our approval and the approval of the Honorable Minister, we'll focus on 8 states and FCT. And the states are namely Gombe, Plateau, Bauchi, Cross River, Kano, Ondo, Nasarawa State, and the Federal Capital Territory. Regrettably, I must say at this point, not up to 2 months ago, when we were in Jos for the flag off on behalf of this, 3 members of one family died from the effect of rabies. The father, the mother, and their son. What a sad situation. We had human death even in FCT, Federal Capital Territory. So either they were thinking it's a disease that is just for the rural problems, but again, it has now become a problem that we need to tackle head on. And I think who are those who will tackle it if it is not the honorable commissioners here? So again, let me also say, having done all this, the honorable minister, in his own proactive measure, wrote to all the governors of these 8 states, telling them about the implication of rabies and its effect, and the global target for its eradication by 2030. And to the glory of God, we have a lot of contributions and support for the governors of these respective states, and even as we plunge into the other next phase. So I just want to tell you, the importance of what we did. Under the One Health collaboration, we did what we had to go to all some schools in Abuja. The Honorable Minister led the press briefing, and after that, we say catch them young. We went to some of the schools, educated them on some of these things, distributed flyers. We expected that this was going to continue, and it did continue in the 8 states that I mentioned. This is what the flag of happened. You can see the Honorable Minister making a speech to mark how important that. They say charity begins at home. He started this in FCT, and by the grace of God, a lot of dogs were brought, mass vaccination was done, and then it was continuous for about 1 week in all the area councils in FCT. Now, like I said, we have other 8 states that we went. The ministerial teams were led, myself, I led the team to Plateau State, where we did a lot of vaccinations, and then all the other states I talked about, they're all there. This is just a pictorial showing you what we did everywhere. This is in Kano, Lagos, Bauchi, Osun, just to show you a bit of how the issue of rabies has become, and the awareness that we're really trying to create so that we reduce human fatalities. This is in Cross River, Plateau, Gombe. You can see in Von, we are collaborating with even the veterinary teaching hospitals. The minister said, look, all this is we want to change the normal approach. We are even bringing final year students and semi-final year students in universities to participate in some of this campaign. So by the time they get out of the university, those control initiatives are already part and parcel of them. So, like I said, we also did a One Health something validation of the rabies test kit. And then what we did was to make sure that in Nasarawa State, where we did it, we launched the 2 kits that was facilitated by the World Health Organization, WHO. And we went into the community. We went to the hospital there. We went to the community, and all the chiefs really accepted us. You can see these are pictorials of what we did, and then the veteran teaching hospitals of what we are doing. Very terrible state. You can see this is just one. One of the major problems about rabies dogs is the greatest target is always children. You can see this small boy. The thing didn't go to another place. It went straight to his eyes. Almost it will have removed his eyes beyond even the fatality. Just see. These are things that we received directly from the state coordinator, Gombe State. And this is just one. You saw what it is, 12-year-old boy in Angon Audu in Gombe State. So terrible. This is just one. If my minister is here, he will even share with you the horrifying stories that was shared with him not too long ago. Where a human being beaten by a rabies dog, and it was not treated, it started barking like a dog. It is very horrifying. And honorable commissioners, honestly, like I said, I reiterate on behalf of the honorable minister and livestock development, and our permanent secretary that you should please join the federal government in this very important fight. We started in Plateau. In fact, the local government chairman pledged that he's going to support even at the local government level, because it's very horrifying. You go to Plateau, it's very terrible. You go to some of these states, it's very terrible. We shouldn't allow it to happen. It shouldn't happen to us. You can see, this is from Sokoto. This is from Sokoto. So all this, you can see the number of children that are even affected. If not for anything, honorable commissioners, won't you be moved by what is happening? It is very touching. It's not like any other public health event. In fact, I dare to say, sometimes even the hemorrhagic diseases, Ebola and co, you cannot equate it to this kind of thing. Where a child is beaten and if not treated, it starts barking like an animal, like a dog. Well, I just wanted to mention that these are the interfaces between human health and animals, where the animals that we have, we can become source of cross-infection that can result into catastrophe. But if proper things are done, it can be averted. Again, food safety. Many of us are aware of some of the interventions that the federal government is doing to improve the state of our abattoirs. And I think I want to, at this point, can you please give a clap to our honorable minister and our amiable permanent secretary for the proactive steps they are really doing to strengthen food safety. Especially we've started, they came and met what we were doing before, and they said, look, we have to upscale it. They started the issue, rehabilitation, and in some places, reconstruction of abattoirs, despite the very, very little resources that we're having. I thought it deserved another second round of applause. Thank you very much. So I will stop. I want to just go. He said, so our major system is actually to improve farm bird security, market hygiene, surveillance of evidence-based diseases, the One Health collaboration. Again, please, just give me 2 minutes on this very important one. 2026, May, June, Nigeria is going to host a global conference on antimicrobial. And it is going to be done under the One Health collaboration. It is being coordinated by Nigerian Center for Disease Control. And I, as CVN, am a co-chair of that group. And the idea is to bring a holistic approach towards mitigating the effect of antimicrobial resistance in Nigeria. Like I said, it's been termed a global pandemic. And all of us will need to do that. So I want to just say that a document has been approved, the NAF 2.0, which was a follow-up to the 1.0. But the major thing that I want to tell you here now is that a lot of documents have been produced and validated and then endorsed by our honorable minister. They are already in the public sphere. Please, I want to thank PropCom, Plus, LPRES, the Management Sciences for Science, that's under the Fleming Fund. They've been in the forefront in supporting these activities, both in the human health, animal health, and environment. But let me tell you with all sense of humility, if all the sectors put together, the animal health sector in terms of antimicrobial resistance were in the forefront and were being emulated everywhere. Thank you very much for clapping for me. I'm going to round up just to say that we are collaborating with Laboratory Network. The NBRI is here. We are trying to link up all these things because we need to do something different from what we were doing before. We have the Veterinary Teachers Hospital, the National Veterinary Research Institute, and then just to tell you again the importance. You can see our amiable permanent secretary here now, given a lot of engagement that has never been done in the last few years, highlighting the importance of this global importance of AMR. The minister was out of the country, but she took her time, engaged the press, educated the people, spoke passionately for over 3 hours. A program that was meant for just 1 hour. She spent 3 hours educating people. I thought we should also clap for her a little bit. Thank you very much. So finally, like I said, the 2026 conference is here. May, June next year is around the corner. As critical stakeholders, be rest assured, you are going to be part of this global initiative. Please sensitize your community, your governors, on the need, come 2026, May, June, honorable commissioners and respected people are going to be part of this global conference. Like I said, Nigeria is hosting. Last year, it was hosted by Saudi Arabia. We have the opportunity to showcase our challenges for support. Finally, we have the network of NADIS that is being operated. But again, these are all the things that we're going to do. And our prayers are all there. Let's strengthen our meat haulage and transportation system for improved food safety. collaborate with government in terms of anti-rabies vaccination. Government, with my permission of my permanent secretary, has directed that a second phase of the anti-rabies vaccination program will commence before the end of the year. And the idea is to target those states. Let's reduce this burden that is causing a lot of human catastrophe. No amount of life lost can be compensated. We are talking about economy, yes. We have a preponderance of other diseases. So finally, let's strengthen and appeal to states. The issue of One Health at the subnational should be vigorously I plead with the Honorable Commissioner. Let's have the One Health. Gombe, I must say, is a very classic example where One Health is working. Other states that I've not mentioned, they should be part of this enterprise. I know many of you with commitment you can do it. I thank you very much for all the time as I look forward to other engagements and questions for clarification. If I cannot answer some of the questions, my permanent secretary is there. She will bail me out. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, the CVN. MC, I believe the next presentation is on Presidential Initiative for Women and Youth in Livestock. Dr. Philip, what's the next presentation? The HM is here. You're welcome, sir.
Sit down, please. Sit down, please. You are making presentation?
Yes, sir. So we just finished the one. We're about to get into the presidential initiative. Yes, sir. So our Honorable Minister is here. Just before he came in, I was going to address a very pertinent issue. The next presentation, which is on Presidential Initiative for Women and Youth in Livestock, will be presented by Dr. Peter Alike. But then, charity begins at home. When I looked at this side of the table, I realized I was the only woman on this side. So, Honorable Minister, sir, with your kind permission, I'd like to invite one of the female Honorable Commissioners to join us so that this resonates with you as you go back. And one female PAMSEC, please join us. Kwara, Honorable Commissioner Kwara, join us. Any female PAMSEC? So that when you get back to your states, please be intentional to promote inclusivity, involve women and youth in whatever you do. Thank you very much. Female, if there is no female PAMSEC, female director, please.
We can continue. Sorry. Welcome, my Honorable Minister, sir, and your team. We appreciate you, sir. You have always been at the forefront with the Permanent Secretary when it comes to the issues of livestock development in this country. We appreciate you so much. We are grateful, sir. Please, may I invite Dr. Peter Alike, the Director of Technical, to give us his presentation on Women Initiative in this country. A round of applause for him, please.
The Honorable Minister, sir, the Transformative Permanent Secretary, permit me to stand on the already well-established protocol, even as I run through this presidential initiative very quickly. You will agree that the previous presentations actually gave the needed platform for this, because the Women and Youth Initiative is one of the pillars in the strategic plan. And I dare say that this is the pillar that speaks to the human resource requirement that can drive the strategic plan for the attainment of those laudable goals. Because there has to be a human component that should drive this aspiration. And in the wisdom of the crafters of the strategic plan, the thinking is that if this country, looking at our demography, has a very rich demography in women and in youth, with over 70% of the population being under 30 years and 42% being under 17 years. It therefore means that we must lean deliberately on them, because in the next 10 years, these are the people who have this future that we're trying to build. Therefore, they must be brought in if sustainability is going to be established in the sector. This is the wisdom behind this. And we are saying that looking at this approximation based on the demography, we will now say, okay, it is fit for us to mobilize this large women and youth demography for this aspiration. So why do we want to do that? Like has been enumerated even in the strategic plan. The thinking is this, that way we would have increased our food and nutrition security, we would have improved household and in fact enhanced economic opportunities, we would have developed, of course, an efficient and sustainable practice in the various value chains. And then, of course, we would have provided sustainable livelihood and, of course, portable skills, knowledge base, and indeed increased livestock production and productivity, therefore reducing importation. These are all laudable objectives that has been captured in the strategic plan. So we're not going to say, okay, we want value chain development, we want further production. The question is, who should we target to achieve this? And of course, it is the women, it is the youth. What's it? Is it not going? Okay. Now, the thinking is this, that this project should commence in about 18 states. And the objective is, this will be states that has an established Ministry of Livestock Development. Because we must deal with people who already have the needed grounding for us to be able to anchor. Then we can now, extrapolate further from there and learn from the experience that we would have attained, from those states. These are suggested states. If your state is not here, then I think there's a need to quickly go and create the Ministry of Livestock Development. So you can take a good look at it quickly. And if your state is here and you have a Ministry of Livestock Development or relevant agency in that regard, then of course you should let us know about that. Now the value chains of intervention that we are thinking about, of course, are feed and fodder, dairy, beef, sheep and goat, poultry, that's meat and egg, swine, and indeed micro livestock, particularly honey, and then the leather value chain. You will see therefore that when we mobilize the women in this context, we mobilize the youth in this context, then achieving the doubling that we want to do from $32 billion from 2023 to 2035, 2025 now, to 2035, the 10-year plan becomes easily achievable. Because it will be very difficult to achieve that, either by way of the strategic plan of either doubling the numbers or improving on our efficiency by practicing with the same approach that we have currently. But with the youth, we can mobilize them into an efficient production and in fact doubling the number that we're expecting to double to achieve that. Am I going forward or backward? What's happening to this? What's happening to this now? Is it the battery? Okay. So looking at the value chain distribution, the thinking here is this. Yes, I know. It's not responding. It's okay. Thank you. The thinking is this. If you look at the value chain, of course you will see the value chain from production to distribution. And we're saying this, that production should take a disproportionate part of our intervention if we are going to achieve our strategic objective. We should put at least 60% of our intervention in production if we are going to attain. Because if we use 60% in production, 25% in market, and then 15% in processing, the idea behind 25% in market and distribution is that if you produce and you don't have an efficient marketing system, then it's going to discourage further production. And if you process and you don't have an efficient distribution network, it's equally going to affect the processing, initiative to continue. So we are suggesting that this is actually going to be the percentaging that we will do in terms of our intervention. And I think the states can actually, take this up, and then we will be able to achieve the strategic plan of getting either the 74 billion or even the 91 billion. And the thinking there is that the total basket of budget, including what the federal government, the state government, and those other, budgeting mechanisms that was spelled out in the strategic plan, will be able to spend in women and youth for us to achieve this, is a basket of about 198 billion. That includes what the states will budget, what the federal government will budget, and indeed what partners will bring on board. So this is the governance structure that is being proposed. Of course, it's going to be led by the Federal Ministry of Livestock Development, but there are ministries with cross-cutting responsibilities, like the Federal Ministry of Youth Development, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of Digital Economy, Ministry of Women Development, Education, of course the NSA, CSOs, and the Community Leaders and Species Association. The Department of Livestock Extension within the ministry is expected to be the secretariat of this. Now, we're equally thinking that one of the takeaways from engaging of youth in this will be that ability to give them the kind of training that is universally recognizable. Because we're not going to say you must go to the university or you must go to a formal education to be able to. Is there a way we will be able to bring in people, even by way of recognition of prior learnings that these people have already, and recognize them to the intent that they can become universally acceptable? And so we're thinking that the technical and vocational education and training, the TVET, which, fortuitously, the Federal Ministry of Education is actually taking up already. And at the moment, I think over 1 million youth are being trained in the TVET program by the Federal Ministry of Education. So we think that we should leverage on this, because the idea there is this. This is one certificate that is universally acceptable because it is all about skills. So if we're able to leverage on that, we're thinking that about 400 will be in rural and peri-urban livestock farmers, another 400 for literate, investment-minded individuals who may want to come in, and then 200 for specialized beneficiaries. Young graduates who left universities and they are young enough, but they don't probably have the needed investment ability. They can be brought on board on this. So what will be the selection criteria? This is by no means exhaustive, but this is the thinking there, that at least all this must be captured to ensure that, there will be traceability on that level of investment. This is a Gantt chart, of course, indicating how we want to do it, annually, and then these are some of the predictable challenges and how to mitigate them. This is what we want to do in terms of this initiative, and it is something that you should be able to adopt within the state, and the intervention is coming within the state. So the federal government activity by intention and design here is largely catalytic, and by the time it is brought into that place, the total numbers that are being contemplated now is about 1,000 per state, 1,000 per state. And if 1,000, of course, is established in your state, you can take it further and then work on it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate him so much because he was really on time. Thank you so much. Another round of applause for him, please. Thank you so much. I think we have done a lot. We can commend ourselves. A round of applause for all of us, please. Permit me with the authorities of the Honorable Minister and the PAMSEC to open the room for questions, maybe 6 questions. If somebody has questions in all the 4 presentations that were made, please, the room is open. for questions. Just first 6 questions. Just first 6, number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, number 6. Maybe we can reconsider you later. Maybe we give you.
Thank you. Okay. My name is Honorable Minister. Good afternoon, sir. My name is Dr. Wasa from Niger State. Mine is not a question but an observation. From the last Women and Youth Empowerment Initiative, the presenter said ministries that have a substantive Ministry of Livestock will be considered. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we are the foremost in the country. Our Ministry of Livestock was established in 2003 during the administration of Babangida Aliyu. And I could see that our district was conspicuously absent when you mentioned North Central. Please take note. You know, Niger was conspicuously missing. So please, we want to be participants in the youth and empowerment district, seeing that it is among the 10 pillars of the development roadmap. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister for Livestock Development and the Permanent Secretary, Honorable Commissioners here present and esteemed directors, I would have been so happy to say this in the presence of my Honorable Commissioner, even though I am in representative capacity, but I would have been so happy if he were around. First of all, I want to appreciate the Honorable Minister for Livestock Development and his team for the pragmatic work they have started doing. I want to, first of all, say that livestock development, we shoot to a level that is really unpredictable. But we are facing certain challenges peculiar to some of our states, which I will want to mention. Let me first of all talk about the paper that was presented by the CVON. In Benue State, sir, between September and October, we had 4 positive cases of rabies. And no much attention has been given to us at the level of the states. And we even proposed a ring vaccination, a small amount, to carry out a ring vaccination program in some of these places. I have been frustrated. I'm the Director of Livestock Services. And again, we have certain challenges as I speak to you now. We had this proliferation of fake PPR vaccines in my state. I put up a paper to the Honorable Commissioner, and to be honest, our Permanent Secretary is a pharmacist. He was like telling me that I don't have the right to investigate into this kind of problem, that I should take it to NDLEA or so. I have to leave him and take up my own challenge. And right now, I am on the field investigating this matter. I have gotten very practical cases of this in my hand. Again, whenever budgetary provisions are made and they are pushed for to be presented in the state budget, since we don't have a Ministry of Livestock Development in our place, we are being relegated. So I want to appeal generally that if it is possible to even use legislative means to really encourage or a kind of make other states to key into the main Ministry of Livestock Development, where we will be able to harness most of these things that come in the livestock industry, will be very, very grateful. Let me just take this, stop here, and I thank you all.
Point number 3.
Honorable Commissioner, Honorable Minister, I've just been directed by my Honorable Commissioner from Cross River State to ask this one question. The second presenter talked about increased production, and he actually emphasized on it for us to grow. Now, in the light of preventable diseases being one of the bane that animal producers have in this country, and the lack of vaccines, particularly our local vaccines, to handle some of these diseases, how can the federal government mitigate lack of vaccines to increase production of livestock? Thank you very much.
Good evening all. I am Shamang Agosu from Kaduna State Office. I have this to ask or to plead with the new Ministry of Livestock Development. The synergy between vet doctors and animal scientists. Are we working in agreement so that the development of this ministry will be something that the country will be applauded for? Because I understand there's this little discrimination between us, the vet doctors and animal scientists, that sometimes we don't agree with ourselves. If we don't take the bull by the horn and work in synergy and agree with ourselves and embrace each other as important as everyone could be, I don't think we are going to make a head out. This is my plea to this August sittings as Amas. Time passed, there was no synergy between vet doctors and animal science or animal health officers. We see ourselves as enemies that could not collaborate together to ensure the viability of the project called Livestock Development. So I'm pleading that we should keep aside differences and work together so that the livestock development will take a boost and it will move forward. Lastly, sirs, about issue of rabies, to my CVO, sir. I don't know, has a person that is in the community and there's any dog bites, you cannot ascertain whether that dog is rabies or not. How you do handle that, and who handles that? Is it a medical personnel or a veterinary aspect of you who handle a dog bite? Thank you, sirs. Thank you so much. Please, I will seek our indulgence that when we are asking questions, let's go straight to the points. Let's be short, because time is not our friend. Time is not our friend. So please go to the point straight, state your names, and just state your point. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for the opportunity. My name is Dr. Ikomiari Adebudo. I'm the Permanent Secretary, Edo State Ministry of Livestock Development. Honorable Minister, sir, and our Permanent Secretary, Honorable Commissioners here, Directors, and everyone. I think I really want to thank the vision of Mr. Minister, because we're already at Kampala Declaration now. We're talking about inclusion and climate smart strategies, and they are very well reflected in our plans. I think kudos to the team. And let me also thank the presenters, for the excellent job that they've done. I want to just get this clarification, because recently I was part of the team that, rectify the National Agri-Food System Investment Plan for the country, 2025 to 2027. And that's a very robust, atomizing the areas of priority for government, private sectors, and our partners. And here we are talking about the Nigeria Livestock Master Plan. Is the NLMP a subset of the Nigeria Agri-System Investment Plan? So what's the linkage? So that when we get to the states, we are going to implement both plans. So we'll know how to go about that. So that's one. And what's the implementation mechanism? Are we looking at setting up working groups? Because we need coordinations for us to be able to, to achieve this. And also, for our stakeholders mapping, let me draw the experience from health. If you go to health sector, take UNICEF for example, they support that system with vaccine logistics and ACSM. Honorable Ministers and Madam Permanent Secretary, are we looking at that in our own ecosystem so that the developmental partners are assigned specific role, especially in our priority areas, that when we know that whatever investment that is coming from them and government will be able to achieve this $75 billion contribution to the economy. And lastly, sustainable financing can never be overemphasized. And I also know in health, which I'm also drawing our lessons from, they have 1% consolidation revenue, that is disbursed via various gateway. So I think for us to achieve sustainable financing in the agri sector and also livestock, we should also look at such kind of sustainable mechanism, whereby maybe 1% or whatever percentage that Mr. President will agree to can support sustainable financing for this sector. Thank you.
Yeah, Honorable Ministers, the PS, my name is Professor Udo Herbert, the Registrar Chief Executive of the Nigerian Institute of Animal Science. Mine is not a question, but a contribution. Listening to some of the interventions by participants at this meeting, it's been seen, and of course looking through the list of states that have created or established ministries of livestock development, there are about just 17 or 18 of them. Is the position of the institute that this NCLD comes up with a resolution to encourage all the other states to establish ministries of livestock development to ensure that livestock production and livestock policies in their states will go along, so that we will not leave anyone behind. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. I think we still have 1 or 2 persons, so from there we take the charge from the minister, please. Your names and straight to point.
Okay. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I'm by name Dr. Megoro Omar Jibrin from FCTA. Mine is an appeal to the Federal Minister of Livestock Development in terms of the zoonotic disease we have discussed in related to ARV. I also appeal if the personnel also, the human and Travis can also be provided, so that at least we, the technicians, we can also be assisted towards in that regard. That is human post-exposure vaccine. Secondly, I want to make also a suggestion regarding to the zoonotic effect, the MRS effect, because most at times we so much channel towards the livestock sector, we don't consider the aquaculture part of it. So a lot of adulteration is actually going on in that regard. You can go and see a pond being disposed with a lot of antibiotics or human preparation, which is very prone to a lot of MRS. Thank you.
Introduce yourself. Introduce yourself.
The Honorable Minister, Federal Minister of Livestock Development, and our amiable Permanent Secretary. My name is Dr. Chukwu Dubem O.O. Chukwu. the Provost, Federal College of Veterinary and Medical Laboratory Technology Forum, as well as the Chairman, National Committee of Heads of Agricultural Colleges and related disciplines. My own is more of contributions. I'm going to talk on One Health as well as that of women and youth empowerment. And I want to tell you here, Honorable Minister and the PAMSEC, that you have the food soldiers. If we can adopt WAP system, WAP means West African Agricultural Program that covered West Africa. I think I can remember about 7 countries: Ghana, Sierra Leone, Mali, Senegal, Gambia, and the rest of them. And how did it work? I'm going to tell us on practical, because I participated on the issue of how to choose. He says something about 1,000. The food soldiers you have at the colleges under your ministry and research institutes. And that will give you a means of accountability. Take, for instance, our graduates who are the best. You choose them. Or we formed cooperatives at micro level of women and the youth. And as I'm talking to you today, we are still monitoring some of them who have gone into full production of livestock, be it in that of poultry, be it that of piggery, be it that of sheep and goat, and even that of cattle. We have evidences to show it. So the method of that presidential committee, I think there should be a collaboration between Agricultural Research Council of Nigeria, the Ministry of Livestock, that of Marine Economy, and that of Agriculture. Thank you very much.
I think we have had enough. There are some few questions, and most of them are comments and requests, and I believe they are well noted for action. Thank you so much. So, at least gender, if you permit me, Your Excellency, sir, to balance gender, one woman want to talk, so let me try to be careful here.
The Honorable Minister of Livestock, the Federal Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Livestock, and all the other protocols duly observed and respected. I am Sarah S.D. Ali, Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Food Security, Taraba State. My question goes to the last presenter. He made mention of the fact that all states should establish a Ministry of Livestock. In my state, we are thinking of establishing either a commission or agency. So I wonder if this is okay. Okay. I said, in my state, we are thinking of establishing an agency for the livestock or commission. So I wonder if this is all right, instead of Ministry of Livestock. Yes, I'm okay.
Please, silence, 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 silence. We are almost at the end of the program, so let's maintain silence. Immediately after the responses from the presenters, we will take a charge from the Honorable Minister of Livestock Development.
Honorable Minister, sir, Permanent Secretary, and others, mine is on rabies. Maybe I need to just start from here. I mentioned earlier that the fake vaccine that my colleague mentioned from Benue State. I'm sure you will recall we have spoken about this and the need for us to maintain some level of secrecy while we do a discrete investigation. And by the time we do the discrete investigation, I'm going to inform my principal. You have shared some things with me, but you said it is not yet concluded. And I didn't want to raise some alarm. But just to assure you that I've also contacted my colleague, Dr. Nick Nwakpa, the acting director of National Veterinary Research Institute. And I think with you, we'll be able to bring a solution that will sort out the problem of fake and adulterated vaccines in, at least in Nigeria. So I think I want to assure you on behalf of my minister and the permanent secretary that it is something that we're going to really work on. For the disease, rabies, my colleague from the state office, that is why with the approval of the honorable minister and then even the permanent secretary, I've decided as the chief veterinary officer to convene a side meeting of all state directors of veterinary services, state coordinators, research institute, the quarantine service, the laboratory, immediately after this meeting, because there are some urgent issues that we need to tackle. The rabies, FMD, highly pathogenic avian influenza, PPR. In fact, I must say, among all the diseases, not because the permanent secretary, the minister is biased, in terms of red meat supply, we know one of the major limiting factors is PPR. And there are initiatives both at the continental and regional levels that we are trying to do to address the problem of PPR in terms of surveillance and meetings. So that is why these side meetings are going to have, like the minister said, minister is not somebody who want to, he walk the talk. It's not somebody that wants to be talked about, he wants to see actions. And that is why we are convening this meeting, which is a fallout of this very meeting. So we'll look at some of those things that are already been planned. But just to also tell you that the problem of diseases in Nigeria is in Africa. Nigeria, I want to say because of the size, we account for over 50%. If 50% of the issues are tackled in Nigeria, almost the whole of Africa will be safe. So like I said, it is something we're going to discuss, and honorable ministers will be briefed by our directors of veterinary services. But just to let you know that the ministry is focused. The issue of control of some of these diseases that we have mentioned are being carried down so that we'll be able to make some impact using both the conventional and unconventional way. I don't know whether I've answered your question or I've made a clarification. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for the response. Every comment made will be taken into consideration. I believe at the end of this meeting, there will be a fallout write-up or communique, so all will be captured. So be rest assured that your messages are well taken, and I believe the Honorable Minister and the Permanent Secretary will act upon it appropriately. Thank you so much, sir. May I permit and also allow the Minister to give you a charge of some comments at this particular moment. Thank you, sir. You're welcome.
Thank you. Hello. Am I loud and clear? Hello, good afternoon. And thank you very much for your stamina. Thank you very much for your energy and your commitment. I just came in and had other functions after I left here, but I felt I needed to be here before we close the day. Two issues I have stumbled upon. Number one has been the issue of whether you have a full-fledged Ministry of Livestock Development, Ministry of Livestock and Aquaculture, Ministry of Animal Health and Disease Boundary Disease Control. Whatever you have, whatever the state government wishes to establish, once there is a dedicated administrative outfit focusing on livestock, it is sufficient for us. Each state government has its own resources, they have their focus, they have their direction. What we want is a focused, dedicated, with so much precision on livestock. We have people that we can talk to, we have people that we need people that we can relate to, we need people who know the job, we can rely on them, we can synergize, they can collaborate with us in moving the sector forward. So whether you have a full-fledged ministry, whether you have an agency, whether you have a bureau, whether you have commission, whatever you have, once it is dedicated to livestock, that is sufficient for us to relate with you, to deal with you, and to make sure you are part of the national team for the transformation of the livestock sector. That is sufficient for us. We want people who know the job. We want people who have passion for the job. We want people who can be on the same page with us. We want people who can be part of the team to move the sector forward. We are not going to raise any questions about that. That is sufficient for us. So we are not going to dictate to the state governments what to do. They are independent, they have their budget, they have their constitutional responsibilities. Agriculture, including livestock, is on the concurrent list. Federal, state, and local government. There is nothing exclusive about it. So that is sufficient for us. What we want are people who are dedicated, people who know the job, and people who can be in a team and play with us to make sure that we achieve our mandate. So that is it. The other issue is the issue I have already at the federal level, at the federal ministry, had hinted about. It is the issue of dichotomy between veterinarians and animal scientists. I am none of those. I am not a veterinary doctor, I am not an animal scientist, but I love animals. And I'm doing business with animals. I started 2005, formally I registered my company. When I retired 2017, I have been living on that, and I have been creating more value. It has given me more money than I was working in NNPC. Whatever you are, please keep your jacket outside. What we want is delivery. What we want is work. When you go to treat an animal, it will not ask you questions. The goat will not ask you questions. The pig will not ask you questions. They want service. Freedom from stress, freedom from hunger, freedom from disease, freedom from thirst, freedom from cruelty. They want maximum animal comfort. That's what they want. Whoever can provide that is one we are going to work with. Please and please, this should not deter us. Don't bring that dichotomy. Do not bring that dichotomy. It's not going to help anybody. Let us understand, we have a task ahead of us. There are more things that unite us than the things that divide us. Let us understand this. Please, wherever you are, what we want is those that can deliver. Whoever is going to deliver $74 billion in the next 5 years, in the next 10 years, that is the guy we are going to work with. Please and please, that dichotomy, please, I'm sorry to say, it doesn't help us. It does not help us. So I am raising my voice because for me, it is unnecessary distraction. It is unnecessary waste of attention and resources. Let us please move ahead as one, as family. In all these ministries, you have vets, animal scientists, you have accountants, you have other professions. We all need each other to move this industry forward. The expectations are high. The expectations of Mr. President are high. This nation is relying on us. We have so much crisis in the countryside. We must drop all these divisions, forge ahead as a team, and make sure that we stabilize the countryside. All the armored vehicles, military, police armored vehicles in the rural areas should be replaced by tractors. All the machine guns today causing violence in the countryside should be replaced by milking machines, not machine guns, but milking machines. We want peace to be able to bring this progress to Nigeria. So please forget about those boundaries, forget about those dichotomy. We in the ministry have already buried that one. We are moving ahead and we are pleading with everybody here, please forget about that. You have your constitutional right, and that you have your under the service orders, you have your right as a vet, as an animal scientist, or whatever profession you have. Nobody is going to discriminate against you. Certainly not the new ministry at the federal level. We are not going to discriminate. Please and please. And therefore, let us understand the charge, let us understand the mandate ahead of us, let us understand the expectations from us, and make sure we all key in and are on the same page. We are all on the same page. There is so much happening. There is so much happening. Believe you me, if you know the kind of contacts, the kind of demands we are getting from Africa, from Middle East, you would wish you would have 30 days in 30 hours in a day to be able to work. There is so much happening today. We have a lot of potentials. So please and please, let us forget that. That is my request. That is my plea. I am pleading with everybody. We need to be on the same page. Forget about those. They are not going to assist us at all. So once again, thank you very much for your stamina. Thank you very much for your commitment. We are all one. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for those messages, Honorable Minister, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you so much. Please permit me, the PAMSEC, to make some comment before we close for the day, and we'll continue tomorrow, please. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you, the Honorable Minister. So that is food for thought for every one of us. We'll be closing for today, but tomorrow, if you take a look at the program, we step down one of the items on the agenda for today, which is the presentation on functions, structure, and workings of the National Council on Livestock Development and its Technical Committee. We needed it to be very fresh to take on that presentation. So that is going to happen. We're starting by 9. It's important you understand the modus operandi of the council. So see you tomorrow morning by 9 o'clock. All right.
With this, we have come to the end, but all DVSs and state coordinators, please wait behind. The CVON want to have some chats with you. All DVSs and state coordinators to stay behind for a chat with the CVON. Thank you so much, my minister, sir. Thank you, my permanent secretary. Thank you, all the team. I wish you all the best. Have a nice sleep. Till tomorrow, we get up stronger tomorrow. Ona buena,